Well, ladies and gentlemen, our event will be start. But before that, we will see our video of safety briefing.
Selamat datang di RSUP Dr. Muhammad Hussein Palembang. Berikut ini kami sampaikan safety briefing di Aula Lantai 8 Gedung Geraha Eksekutif RSUP Dr. Muhammad Hussein Palembang. Berdasarkan peraturan perundang-undangan tentang keselamatan kerja, maka kami memberitahukan tentang prosedur keselamatan kerja yang wajib Anda patuhi selama Anda berada di area Gedung Geraha Eksekutif RSUP Dr. Muhammad Hussein Palembang. Perlu kami sampaikan bahwa hari ini tidak ada latihan keadaan darurat. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat, maka alarm akan berbunyi. Dan silakan ikuti langkah sebagai berikut. Segera tinggalkan ruangan menuju tangga darurat dan jangan panik. Ikuti jalur evakuasi menuju titik kumpul. Assembly point atau titik kumpul adalah titik kumpul untuk keperluan evakuasi dalam keadaan darurat. Titik kumpul terdekat dari gedung ini berada di area parkir depan Gedung Geraha Eksekutif RSUP Dr. Muhammad Hussein Palembang. Cobalah untuk memastikan jumlah rekan Anda yang sedang bersama Anda. Dalam situasi ini, Anda dilarang menggunakan lift. Gunakan tangga darurat dan pegang handle. Lepas sepatu bertumit tinggi. Utamakan perempuan hamil, lansia, dan difabel. Jika terjadi kebakaran dan Anda terjebak dalam kepulan asap, merangkaklah keluar karena posisi ini mempermudah Anda bernafas. Gedung aula ini dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas kegiatan dan juga fasilitas keamanan seperti musola, berada di luar aula di dekat lift sebelah kiri. Toilet, berada di luar aula, keluar pintu utama lalu belok kanan. Alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR, terdapat 8 APAR di lantai ini. Dalam keadaan gempa bumi, berlindunglah di bawah meja atau perabot yang kokoh. Lindungi kepala Anda dan tunggu sampai gempa berhenti. Demikianlah safety briefing di Aula Lantai 8 Gedung Geraha Eksekutif RSUP Dr. Muhammad Hussein Palembang. Kami harap Bapak dan Ibu dapat tetap tenang apabila terjadi keadaan darurat. Terima kasih dan selamat melanjutkan aktivitas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a gentle breeze carries melodies as the Sernai plays soft. Affections grows within the heart, return with smiles and blessings. Manira portrays the grace interactions of young Malay, man and woman, that expressed through gentle movement that reflect joy, harmony, respect, and culture values by the younger generations. As a symbol of respect and warm hospitality, we are pleased to present a traditional welcoming dance. It called as Manira Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Manira Dance. hear the comment from Miracle. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, we would like to thank God for his blessings which have made these occasions possible.
Well, the Honorable our distinguished guest, Vice Minister of Health of Indonesian Republic, Profesor Dr. Dante Saksono Harbuwodo, SPPD, KMD, PhD.
Director of Clinical Services, Ministry of Health of Indonesian Republic, Dr. Obrin Parulian Mkes.
Director of Global Health Utah University, Juan Carlos Negrete, MBA.
Official representatives of the University of Utah, Professor Anwar Tandar, MD, Professor Joseph Stelik, MD, Professor Craig Salzman, MD, and Carlton Park, MD.
And also from National Transplant Committee, Dr. Aries Perdada, SPANTE Subs ANKV Konsultan.
President Director of Indonesian National Health Insurance Agency, Professor Dr. Ali Gufran Mukti, MSc, PhD, AAK.
And also CEO of National Cardiovascular Center Harapan Kita Hospital, Dr. Iwan Dakota, SPCP Konsultan Mars, FACC, FESC.
Chief Executive Officer of Muhammad Hussein Hospital, Dr. Siti Halimah, SPKG Mars.
And also all the boards of directors of Muhammad Hussein Hospital.
Official representatives of Harapan Kita Hospital.
Official representative of Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital.
And all participants of this event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Seminar and Workshop East Meets West Medical Week in order to commemorate Muhammad Hussein General Hospital's 69th anniversary.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rido Rajanto.
And me, Pandu.
That it is our pleasure to be your master of ceremony today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to warmly welcome all participants who joining us both on-site and also online from various institutions and countries.
This seminar serves as a platform to share knowledge, exchange perspectives, and strengthen international collaboration. We hope today's session will be insightful and meaningful for all of us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to formally commence this ceremony, may we kind ask for your attentions to stand up and sing our Indonesian national anthem that will be led by Dewi Sartika. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Before we start the next agenda, let us now listen to the prayer, which will be led by Nurse Subhan Eskep MKS MKes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Izinkan kami memandu doa dan doakan kami pandu secara muslim. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yu'afihi ni'amahu wa yukafihu mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azim sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Pada pagi ini kami tengah mengadakan acara pembukaan seminar dan workshop internasional dengan tema East Meets West Medical Week dalam rangka hari ulang tahun Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein yang ke-69 tahun 2026. Berkati dan rahmati acara ini ya Allah, sehingga dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan dapat mencapai tujuan kami, yaitu mencapai dan meningkatkan standar dan kualitas pelayanan di Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein tercinta ini ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, berikan kekuatan lahiriah dan batiniah kepada kami semua, segenap sivitas hospitalia Rumah Sakit Dr. Muhammad Hussein, untuk dapat mengemban amanah, menjalankan tugas dan kewajiban kami, guna memajukan dan meningkatkan kualitas dan standar pelayanan di Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein ini. Ya Allah, ya Mujibas Sa'ilin, kami sangat meyakini Engkau pengabul segala doa dan segala pinta. Kabulkanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasula. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subhan, for the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we would like to hear the presentations that will be delivered by our Vice Minister of Health of Indonesia Republic. It would be delivered by Professor Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuwono, SPPD KMD PhD. He was graduated from Yamanashi University of Japan, and also now currently he is our Vice Minister of Health of Indonesia Republic.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, greeting all of us. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue. The Honorable CEO of Muhammad Hussein Hospital, esteemed representative of University of Utah, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, participant of the East Midwest Medical Week. Allow me to open with a simple but important reflection. Indonesia has over 30
He has graduated. Dr. Siti Halimah, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, Profesor Dr. Dante Saksono Harbuono, Vice Minister of Health of Republic Indonesia, Dr. Azhar Jaya, and all the representative, Director General of Advanced Healthcare, Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia, our esteemed faculty from University of Utah Health, who have graciously joined us today, Mr. Juan Carlos Negret, Mr. Carlton Park, Professor Joseph Stehlik, Professor Craig Salesman, Professor Anwar Tandar, and Professor Ali Gufron Mukti, President Director of BPJS, Dr. Iwan Dakota, President Director of National Cardiovascular Center of Harapan Kita, Dr. Aris Pradana, Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee of the National Transplant Committee. Dear colleagues from across Indonesia, distinguished speakers, workshop participants, and honored guests. First and foremost, let us give thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, for His abundant grace and blessings that allow us to gather here today on this momentous occasion to open the East Meets West Medical Week, a historic milestone for Muhammad Husin Hospital Palembang, for Sumatera Province, and for Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our event today, East Meets West, is not merely a slogan. It symbolizes the spirit of global collaboration in healthcare that transcends geographical boundaries, system differences, and language barriers. It represents our unwavering commitment to elevating Indonesian healthcare services, particularly in cardiovascular and oncology care, to international standards. I am deeply honored and proud that Muhammad Husin Hospital has been entrusted as a cardiovascular and oncology center of excellence for Sumatra and Western Indonesia. This trust is not only an honor, but also a tremendous responsibility for continuously innovate, enhance competencies, and deliver the best possible care for our community. Distinguished guests, the presence of the team from University of Utah Health today is tangible proof that strong international partnership can flourish when there is a shared vision to improve healthcare quality. University of Utah Health is one of the leading academic medical centers in the United States with excellence in heart transplantation, advanced heart failure programs, cardio-oncology, and cardiac surgery. I would like to express my highest appreciation to Mr. Juan Carlos Negret and Mr. Carlton Park, who have facilitated this collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Juan Carlos, from the management and global health strategy perspective. Professor Joseph Stehlik, a global leader in heart and lung transplantation, who currently serves as president of the International Society for Heart and Lung Transplantation. Professor Stehlik presents is an extraordinary honor for us, and we eagerly anticipate learning from his experience in building comprehensive advanced heart failure and heart transplants program. Professor Craig Salesman, Chief of Cardiothoracic Surgery in the Utah University, who will share knowledge and hands-on experience in advanced cardiac surgery techniques and heart transplantation procedure. The hands-on workshop with cadaver that he will lead is a rare opportunity for which we are profoundly grateful. And of course, Professor Anwar Tandar, Indonesian finest son, who has become a diaspora champion at the University of Utah. Thank you, Prof. Tandar. He is the golden bridge between Indonesia and the United States, between East and West. Professor Tandar's dedication to supporting his homeland through knowledge and technology transfer in structural heart intervention is an inspiration to us all. Distinguished guests, the heart transplant program in Indonesia is a dream we have long pursued. I extend my appreciation to Dr. Iwan Dakota and the entire team at National Cardiovascular Center Harapan Kita, who have been pioneers and continue to overcome various regulatory and technical challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad Husin Hospital does not want to be merely a spectator in the development of advanced cardiovascular service in Indonesia. We want to be an active part of solution. With the support of the South Sumatra Provincial Government, the Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia, and international partners such as University of Utah Health, we are confident that Muhammad Hussein Hospital can become one of the heart transplant centers in Indonesia in the near future. Our vision is to provide access to high-quality healthcare services for the people of Sumatra and Western Indonesia without having to travel to Jakarta or overseas. Every end-stage heart failure patient we can save through transplantation is concrete evidence that investment in healthcare, human resource, and technology is the best investment for our nation's future. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my remarks, allow me to share my hopes. First, may this East Meets West Medical Week serve as a catalyst for accelerating the development of advanced cardiovascular programs and heart transplantation in Indonesia. Second, may the collaboration between Muhammad Hussein Hospital and University of Utah Health not end here, but continue through fellowship programs, research collaboration, and sustainable knowledge sharing. Third, may the knowledge and experience shared over the next 3 days be implemented in practice to improve patient outcomes and save more lives. And finally, may we all be granted health, strength, and spirit to continue striving to provide the best healthcare services for the Indonesian people. Distinguished guests, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare open the East Midwest Medical Week from February 10 to 13, 2026. Welcome to all the series of events. Let us use this golden opportunity to learn, discuss, and build strong collaboration network between East and the West for the achievement of Indonesian healthcare. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Give the short presentation about the Muhammad Hussein profile and how the cooperation between Muhammad Hussein and Utah University Hospital that we do until now. Muhammad Hussein Hospital is this is the short profile of Muhammad Hussein Hospital. Muhammad Hussein Hospital established in 1953 and become the independent hospital by 2005. And we are collaboration with University Sriwijaya University to be the teaching hospital from 1996, if 1966, if I'm not mistaken. Our bed capacity almost 1,000 bed, and we have almost 3,000 employees with the total physician 114, specialist doctors 252, and general practitioner 26. We have more than 1,000 midwives and nurses, and the average outpatient visits per year is 500,000 per year, and inpatient per year is 48,000. We are become a referral hospital with the coverage area of 6 provinces around South Sumatra, the Jambi province, and then South Sumatra province, Bengkulu province, Lampung province, and Bangka Belitung province. This is our report to the Vice Minister. After we invited by Utah University Hospital, we have to report to Ministry of Health, and this is our report that we have the collaboration with Utah University Hospital, and we hope we will cooperate with in the hospital management in cardiovascular and oncology services, and then education and training program and joint research program. We have the MOU period from January 2024 to January 2027. This is the update of activity that will conduct it, assign cardiologist observership for a month in June 2024, and then we have launching of cardio-oncology services at the Brain and Heart Center on July 2024. The third one is international PFO seminar featuring Prof. Anwar Tandar and Dr. Aaron Shokes in August 2025. After that, we do the international webinar on cardiology services featuring Prof. Anwar Tandar on January 2025. And we visit Utah University Hospital in August 2025. The purpose of the visit is to strengthen international cooperation in support of the Ministry of Health's priority programs, particularly in the field of cardiovascular care and oncology. After we visit the Utah University Hospital, we do the report to Minister of Health, accompanied with Prof. Anwar Tandar, and this is the directive from Minister of Health. We have to focus on Center of Excellence in Cardiovascular Services and Integrated Oncology Care. In cardiovascular services, we have to strive to establish a mentorship program with University of Utah Hospital to enable the implementation of a transplantation by 2028. In oncology services, the direction from Minister of Health, mentorship in preparing and operationalizing the oncology center by University of Utah Hospital, and then sending staff for anatomical pathology fellowship to University of Utah Hospital, and development of bone marrow transplantation services and joint research in genetic. Alhamdulillah, we already have 2 candidates to send to Utah University Hospital, 1 candidate cardiologist and 1 pathologist to follow the fellowship. We hope that we can send our candidate in this year if we have signed our additional MOU. And this is our plan until 2028 in the collaboration with University of Utah Hospital in the cardiology services. In 2024, like I mentioned before, we have signed the MOU, and then we have do the operational cardio-oncology clinic and transfer of knowledge. In 2025, we went to Universitas Hospital Utah, and then exchange knowledge with heart transplantation team, and we hope in 2025 the team from Utah University Hospital come to Muhammad Hussein Hospital to do the assessment about our competencies and what kind of improvement that needed to be the collaborator with the Utah University Hospital. And thanks God, today the team from Utah University Hospital come to our hospital. Thank you, Prof. Tandar and team. We hope that the result of the assessment will be the motivation for us to improve our competency to become the good collaborator in cardiology and oncology services. And then in this year, in 2026, we hope we can operate the heart failure clinic and make a registry collaboration with Utah University Hospital in cardio-oncology services, and then pathology anatomy collaboration in cardiac biopsy. In 2027, we make a plan to expansion of heart failure services and translational research with artificial intelligence and in its application for cardio-oncology and heart failure. And in 2028, we hope that we can be the collaborator for heart transplantation surgery and gene lab. In the integrated cancer services, we hope we will collaboration with Utah University Hospital in one-stop service oncology. In 2024, we have prepared the one-stop service oncology in the one building, and start to 2025, the construction of the oncology center building has done, and then we hope that in this year we can operate the oncology service in oncology center. And then we optimizing cancer registry and cancer learning center. In 2027, we have a plan to optimizing cancer screening services in oncology center and social work and support group services, joint research in oncology with Utah University Hospital, and then improving the wellness and integrative care and minimal invasive surgery program for oncology patients. And in 2028, we hope we can do the genetic counseling services and preventive intervention so we can give the comprehensive intervention to all of our cancer patients as the biggest part of the patient in Muhammad Husin Hospital. Thank you for the time, ladies and gentlemen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, our Chief Director of Muhammad Husin Hospital, for the presentation. Such amazing presentations for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda that we would like to hear the presentations from Director of Global Health Utah University that would be delivered by Mr. Juan Carlos Negrete, MBA. Mr. Juan Carlos, time is yours.
Selamat pagi. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Sorry, am I presenting from here? This is better. First of all, I would like to thank for the kind invitation from Ibu Siti Halima. Thank you very much, madam. Also to thank the authorities that are here and from other entities, and also I had the opportunity to meet yesterday briefly Dr. Dakota. So I will have the I hope I have the opportunity to see you again. This. How does it go? Can you kindly let me know how it works? So how do I do that? Do I tell them? Okay, next slide or something like that.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, this one, Mr. Carlos?
No, this is not.
Oh, sorry.
I would love to be able to present Dr. Tandar's presentation, but I'm not. So. So in the meantime, perhaps I can refer to the wonderful visit we had last year from this high-level delegation from Indonesia. We had with us Dr. Ibu Siti Halima and also Dr. Yuli Farianti with us and a fantastic team. So we had the opportunity to start this conversation that has resulted in what the meeting we have today, but we also see that this is a point for a much important, bigger and brighter future. So I'd like just to give you a brief introduction to what is the University of Utah, our health system, and the reason why we think we can have a fruitful collaboration with Indonesia. So, yep. So that is when you come to visit us, I hope soon. This is what you're gonna see. The University of Utah was established in 1850. Is the oldest university in the western U.S. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Should I manage? This one? Perfect. Thank you. Okay. We also have one of the oldest schools in the of medicine in the U.S. Definitely is the fifth oldest school in the U.S. West region. It was established in 1905, and this picture you see well a reference to our program of medicine in 1916. And also in the picture on the right, what you see is something that perhaps matters for students and around the world. This is the first time that the University of Utah received the authorization to work on cadavers in 1907, and those were provided by the penitentiaries from bodies that were not reclaimed. So that has a historical value, that picture. So it's the other way around. Okay. The University of Utah, after establishing a School of Medicine then, and we have been there for 120 years now, we continue advancing the frontiers of education and science. One important element of the University of Utah is its commitment to conduct research and advance innovation. So, in advancing health sciences, the university, there are a few examples here. So we have there the first artificial kidneys that was developed in the University of Utah in 1979. It was the first state, talking about surgery, about cardiology and cardiac surgery, was the third state where the open heart surgery was performed in the US. In 1982, there was, if you have heard of the Harvick Jar, and the Harvick heart has been, that was developed and implanted for the first time in Utah in 1982. And but other areas for development is a lot of development in genetics. What you see is, for instance, the first comprehensive map of the retina's neuron was developed in the University of Utah, aiding to treating retinitis pigmentosa, but also macular degeneration in advanced aged adults. Also, and we have, when it comes to health and health research and implementing services, another important aspect is also advancing the understanding of phenomena, and for that you need a lot of processing capacity in the numbers. So the first electronic health record was developed in Utah in 1957, and that electronic record was used in one way or another until recently, in perhaps only 20 years ago, and by a couple of institutions in the state. The person who developed this first electronic health record established the first biomedical informatics department in the University of Utah, and it was the first biomedical department in the U.S. Apparently, is one of the oldest in the world, either the first one or the second one. It depends on, and also the first neonatal intensive care unit that was established in the region in the University of Utah. I'm sorry. But that it doesn't stop there. Conducting research in science is at the core of what we do, and translating that science into what can be done in terms of service delivery. So the first NIH grant that the U.S. government ever awarded was to the University of Utah. So it was the first recipient of that. In the University of Utah, a team of oncogeneticists and isolated BRCA1 and BRCA2. That's an important contribution to breast cancer treatment and management. Also, we have a Nobel Prize, Dr. Mario Capecchi, who developed the knockout mice, allowing them for conducting research by simulating human diseases in mice and rats, a technique that has facilitated advancing healthcare dramatically. Also, in bioengineering, developing an arm that actually mimics the movement by receiving orders from your brain, and same for a leg. But also, what we were talking about, this is very much interesting here for us, is that our Department of Human Genetics, and in conducting research in advancing our understanding of genetics in humans, have developed a gene therapy for heart failure by Robin Shaw. Of course, very incipient limitation that exists with the knowledge that I still have to accumulate on that, but it is an important movement forward. And also a person that has been remembered that I mentioned about coming up with the retina and the map of the retina and the genetic map of it we already are treating patients by providing care to someone who was suffering of molecular degeneration. So, and in doing this, the idea is in developing centers where knowledge can be further advanced. And that is something that I think matters for the relationship that we have with Indonesia. One aspect that we recognize, for instance, at this point is that is of great importance in that we have a cardiovascular research and training institute. Our colleagues here are part of it or have a relationship with it. And I think, Joseph, you participate in this center as well. So, also the Center for the Human Cancer Institute is one of the top institutions in the world in conducting oncogenetics. We have roughly 270 teams that have isolated 50 genes associated to cancer, and is the center that in the world that has done the most in the biggest advancement in this field in the world. We now have we're implementing a center for mental health research. Also, is the Huntsman Mental Health Institute to advance our understanding of mental conditions, like going from neurology to psychiatry. So an example is advancing how to treat to treat what is today resistant to treatment depression. Is an example of it. Also, a center that focuses on diabetes. We have the rehab Nielsen facility that was visited also by our colleagues from Indonesia, and we have a center for genomic medicine. Well, at the same time, we do have a vision for the future. This is the vision from that has been shared by the new leadership of the university, by Dr. Bob Carter, that has also been shared with the different departments, that we want the University of Utah to become a more comprehensive, integrated, and high-performance academic center. And we want to focus relentlessly on delivering high quality and provide access to care, advanced cutting-edge research, as you have seen, that is part of very important in our DNA. Dr. Anwar Tandar not only provides care, he's also an inventor. So and everyone here has the obligation to teach others as well. So these elements of research, service delivery, and education are integral and are demanded from us. And also provide exceptional education in the intermountain. This is at a glance what the University of Utah has done in the previous to the last year. We have a system, quickly, a system that has, five hospitals in our complex in Salt Lake City. We also have 12 community centers. 3 of those community centers is what you would refer here in Indonesia as polyclinics. They are fully fledged hospitals without inpatient capacity. In this time, to provide roughly service to provide 2.5 million service visits. We have something interesting here is that the university has compensated care for those who have not been able to pay up to the level of $120 million in this period. And our total budget for health sciences, meaning the hospital, research, and education, is 6.2, this year is $6.5 billion. Now, something that when we're talking about quality is usually tends to remain at the level of something ethereal, of course, can be measured, and that is something that we are very committed with. The idea is that has to be actionable. We understand the ethical implications of quality, but also we understand the elements that have to do with the realities of life in terms of financing care, in terms of making our institutions more productive and capable. So this is what is known as the value, a conceptual value equation. it's not a mathematical formula, but it's a conceptual one in which you associate measurements from quality. So you can measure particular events in healthcare, so readmissions or in rate of infections in the hospital, those elements that you can follow. And also you can measure you can measure what patients think of the service that they have received. We do these two things. We measure quality in terms of outcomes, and we measure for some services what patients think of the way we deliver those services. And we also have an important discipline that is a very robust cost accounting system that allows a faithful tracking of what we perform. So combining this, if you have higher quality and you keep the costs as they are, of course, you have higher value. If you have lower cost and keep your quality, you have higher value. But the idea is to make the numerator and the numerator bigger and the denominator smaller every time. And this. So as a result, by focusing on this is not something that the University of Utah necessarily pursues, but as a result, by focusing on quality, what we have seen is that for the last 16 years, the University of Utah ranks very high among the top performers in the United States, among all academic centers. Here you have the likes of Stanford and Hopkins, UCLA. You have all these institutions here ranked in one way or another. So the University of Utah has been several times #1 in the nation. Last year we were ranked 8th. It's a competition without mercy. With these hospitals, all of them want to be the best, of course. So this is the way we were ranked for outpatient services, inpatient services, sorry. And this is our ranking for outpatient services. So what is our global mission? Why are we here and having this conversation with you? Well, first of all, we want to establish mutually beneficial partnerships with institutions that think the way we do think, with like-minded institutions that have the same values, that pursue the same objectives. That is what we are here for. We see that we're also going to benefit. That's why we say this is mutually beneficial. We think Indonesia is going to benefit, and we are going to benefit as well. So by providing exceptional education through relevant knowledge and transfer education programs, that is one of the main objectives we have. The other is advance the frontiers of healthcare and knowledge and through joint research. You have large populations that we do not have in the US that may present a certain condition of pathology that we could jointly study. So the advantage of the numbers that you have is important also. The advantage of us having certain experience that you need is also important here. So also the idea is in this journey to help you provide the highest quality care, reaching communities. And we also learn in the process and we apply that as well. So we have a fairly robust global presence and experience. We have worked in 120 countries. We have roughly 70 faculty working at this moment in different programs worldwide, involving 18 departments and 5 schools. And as of today, we have 60 agreements signed with institutions worldwide, with hospitals, universities, and governments. We have only three agreements with governments that are in the making. One is with Indonesia. It's not because I'm here, but that is perhaps the most important to us. Also with Rwanda, and the other one is with Mexico. And for Indonesia, they're bringing this down to us. Okay, continue developing excellence in education, advance clinical research, serve communities, and provide excellent patient care. And by the way, this is the new flag of the state of Utah. That's very important. I'm sharing this with you. So it's from last year. This is brand new. And our common vision for Indonesia is with the support of the Ministry of Health, with the collaboration that we have with key hospitals here, like Mohammed Hossein. It's very important that we actually continue this and advance these collaborations to make that we can advance specific specialties as you need them, that we can provide improved clinical care and community service, and also that we can strengthen our competitive in patient care and education in Southeast Asia. We want Indonesia to be the leading country in Southeast Asia as it deserves. So, and just to wrap up things, we see this, any collaboration has different levels that forces us to conceive. One has to do with the management systems, management systems. We understand that service delivery is not provided in a vacuum, and that you need to make more robust your financial systems and your quality control structures, in your journey to accreditations. Keep the elements that you need to actually control and have a systemic approach to that. Clinical service quality assessment and improvement, that is central for a continuous improvement. You have to do, we all do this continuously, so it's not one-time event. It's something that is more like running on a treadmill, running in the same place, or education assessment and improvement, which is very important for us. So we see that working in these spheres, advancing education, improving systems, and having a multi-professional approach to it, physicians, nurses, administrators, all together, the idea is that we can move our trains together forward. And what we see quickly is quality financial systems, from patient flow, electronic medical records and audits, and operational sustainability analysis. That is, believe me, that's something that happens when you have other things, but it's important to realize that it happens, and how to manage and control and have an eye on it. I think in clinical care, focus on key services. This is crucial, because we will work on things that you see as your most important needs. We will work together on those things that you assess, you identify as your needs. And if we have the capacity to help, that is what we're going to do, to help you to do that. Facility assessments, integrating communication between specialties and multi-professional teams, investment in assessment and growth, infrastructure, technology, what you need. So one advantage when an organization like Mohammed Hossein enters in a collaboration with one institution like ours is that you don't need to commit the mistakes we made. And we have made plenty mistakes, and they say, oh, we shouldn't be doing this, we should do things this way. When you arrive to that point, they say, okay, this is the way we did things, didn't work, we suggest this for you. And continuous monitoring and evaluation, creating systems for that is of great importance. Needs assessments for training and education. Again, let me reiterate, education of physicians, of nurses, of technicians, of administrators is of the essence. You can train the best doctors, but if the best doctor doesn't have an ecosystem, it's not going to work well. The joke is that those of us who work in global health said, we have never been to a country that does not have the best doctors and the best pilots. Every country says, oh, the best pilots are in my country, the best doctors are in my country. Every country says the same thing. To make a difference is that you have a team approach to adequately managing that. Specific in developments, Dr. Tandar will speak more in details about USMLE preparation and the future that we have together. And that's what I had to share with you. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carlos, for your insightful presentations.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Satrio Wicaksono. I'm a dentist by education, but here in Muhammad Hussein Hospital, I'm the Director of Planning and Finance. Regarding your presentation, there are two things that I would like to ask you. The first one is about, as you show in the presentation, you give 118 million for patients incapacitated to pay for the services. As we all know, many hospitals, government hospital, central government hospital is highly depend on BPJS, or as we know, national health insurance, national health insurance. And the problem is they use the package system to pay for the services, and we get not many payment from that insurance. So, what is the tip and tricks to still be able to give services to the incapacitated patient who insured by the National Health Insurance, but we still be able to maintain our cash flow, still be able to maintain our financial profile. And the second question is, as we know, Indonesia is a big market for everything, electronic products, even media, social media. How to avoid the perception or the reputation that many countries use us to get information about how to deal with diseases. How to avoid perception that Indonesia is not just being used for its great population, but we are collaborate together. What can University of Utah shows to all the world that Indonesia is not just a market for research? Thank you. There are two questions.
Thank you very much. Well, sorry, two different questions. One has to do with the allocation of financial resources and how systems can actually being able to collect and to actually pay for what they're providing care. Did I get it correctly? So and you were referring to the 120 million, $118 million. So the healthcare system in the US and the Indonesian healthcare system are very, very different. So most of our health insurance is work related or is age related. That is the biggest chunk. We have another important segment that is based on payment capacity of certain individuals based on how they are ranked in the salary scale. Let's put it, not the socioeconomic scale, but kind of. So that one is known as Medicaid. The one that pays for people that is 65 and older is called Medicare, and the others are a plethora of health insurance systems. That coverage is rather imperfect. The US covers with an adequate level of insurance roughly 91.8% of its population. It means that 8% of Americans do not have access to a well-structured system that provides care for them. Most of those Americans enter any healthcare system because they have to get care when they get sick through the emergency room. There is a law, an old law called EMTALA in the US, that anyone who enters is the emergency room to a hospital or a facility must receive care regardless their condition. But at the end of the day, there's a cost associated to that, and someone has to pay for that cost. The individual cannot pay because doesn't have the money. By law, we had to serve the individual. So the university has allocated resources that cover those expenses when they are cost. That is one. Regarding
sorry.
your second question, okay.
Is it mandatory for every citizen to have another insurance besides the national insurance that's been covered by the government?
So we don't have a national health insurance like Indonesia has. So by the way, that is a common feature in East Asia and Southeast Asia, national health insurance. You have that in Canada, but you don't have that in Europe in general. It's a different way of paying for. At the end of the day, anything that has been cost has to be paid for. The way you try to come up with that varies from country to country. Indonesia, same as South Korea. South Korea is a pioneer in national health insurance. Indonesia, this is presumption based on what I've read, has looked at South Korea to see how they're paying for care and has a structured systems that in a similar way. So you create a national health insurance, you make contributions to the national health insurance, the government make contributions to the national health insurance, and then these two should be paying for the service when they are cost. That is pretty much the way. In the US, you also have to pay, but the way you pay is different. So I pay to my private insurance, I make a contribution to my social security, and when I grow old, I will get money that from that social security goes to pay for some health from healthcare services from the elderly. Money once you get in the same pot is money. So it's being used for different ways, right? But that is the principle. That is the principle. So it's a different scheme. National health insurances have a really great potential because do two things. And they allow for competition and competition tends to be good when it's reasonable, when it's and it allows for a robust private sector that serves as a reference, and at the same time the public sector benefits from that particular competition. So that is the advantage of a national health insurance. We don't have that. It's a different way of paying for care. The University of Utah is a public university. The hospital is a public hospital. We're public employees, but when we charge for care, the way we get paid is not very different from for this hospital in the state of in the University of Utah or a private hospital. Not very different. To your last point, I'm sorry, I'm taking too long.
It's okay.
So the last point is, how do we ensure that Indonesians do not feel that they're being taken advantage of? And I think, first of all, I think having transparency in our agreements. And if people know what we're doing, there's no secrecy. Well, there's nothing to be afraid, and there's nothing to be fearful for or doubtful of. So knowing what we are doing is important, and understanding also and being assured and experiencing that you're treated with respect and that we're treated with respect as partners in collaborations, that is of the essence. And I think the way you can tell to the Indonesian public is that as you advance knowledge here, as the competency of your professionals gets improved, people will have more trust in the healthcare system, and people do not need to leave when they do it. Or, I mean, it's not going to be over, but most likely it's going to be helpful for many of those that today may, in one way or another, just cross the strait to go for care. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Joan Carlos, for your insightful presentations for sure. And thank you so much, Dr. Satrio, for wonderful questions.
Next, we would like to invite Professor Anwar Tandar, MD, for the next speaker. He was graduated in '94 from Sriwijaya University, back at this city, and then completed his fellowship in cardiovascular intervention in 2006 in University of Utah, and now has served as professor of medicine also in University of Utah since 2020. Professor Tandar, time is yours.
Halo, oke. Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi, masih bisa Palembang, bahasa Palembang bisa masih PPE ya. Yang pertama terima kasih pada Ibu Dirut T5 sudah mengundang ya. Terima kasih sekali dan sangat it's an honor to be invited and to have the presentations of President Director of Harapan Kita Ibu Dr. Dakota and Minister of Health. So sorry, I'm going to use English because my two friends, four of them really don't know Indonesians. You know, you guys need to learn. There's a Duolingo that you can next year. Okay, right. I think work. Okay. Let me go back. So my talk is more today. This session is about forging a collaborations between not just Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein, but also with the Ministry of Health and the University of Utah. It's like more just one aspect, but it's more global that we want to do. And people's been calling me diaspora, sure. But there's a reason why I'm doing this, and I'll explain to you why. So, okay. Before when I was preparing this slide, I'll take a look at that. What are our missions? Do we have a commonality that we can talk about? So the University of Utah have these visions and missions. We try to pursue excellence in education, research, service, and patient care. And there's nothing in there saying it's just Utah. There's nothing in there it's just say United States of America, but we are a global thinker. And when I look at the Ministry of Health visions of Republic of Indonesia, it says menciptakan manusia yang sehat, produktif, mandiri, dan berkeadilan. I mean, it's basically, let me translate for you, for Joseph and Craig and Juan, which means creating people who are healthy, productive, independent, and just. And nothing of it saying just for Indonesians people. There's nothing of it is just for South Asian people, but for the whole global. So I think we have commonality that we want to improve all along. So we are still climbing at the University of Utah. We've been established in 175 years, and as Juan has established. And we've been good together. We have reason together with the University of Utah and Utah, but we want to climb even higher for that. So I think that's great. And the global goal, I want to just, Juan had touched some of this. Strong partnership between the healthcare institution in Indonesia under the auspices of the Ministry of Health and the University of Utah healthcare system. And I emphasize that is partnership. It's not one way. We want to be a partner. We not want to just to tell you what to do, to just serve, but we want to partner together. And we want to improve the quality and educations in multiple medical specialty. I know I have been to the speech by the Ministry of Health where the lack of specialists, there's a need for that, which is, I think we can be part of it to improve. And we want our partners in improving clinical service so it can be competitive. That's the goal. So the current project that we have is we focus at Muhammad Hussein Hospital, and we have mentioned that, and Ibu Dirut already mentioned that as well. Visitation from Dr. Tondas for observations, created the first cardio oncology. And we actually, one of the session, if you look at the agenda, we have cardio oncology session, and Dr. Roberto Florido, who's our director for that, will join us remotely at 11 p.m. her time. So just so you understand the commitment that they have. And we have provided remote conference attendance for the resident and physicians. We offer that, but sometimes I understand 12 hours, 14 hours difference is a bit difficult. And we have the visitations by the delegations from Muhammad Hussein and Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein and Ministry of Health in August, sorry, not in June. And here you are. And I think Ibu Halima already presented that. We also had a good dinner. We had a meeting with our big boss, Dr. Carter, from that. And the next step, I will not go too much about this. Juan already touched about it, and it's really, really great to have Juan and Charlton Park, who's coming tomorrow to assess the system, to see what we can do to have more efficiency. And we'll talk about the clinical service. This is why Joseph and Dr. Salzmans are here to assess heart failure, how we can do to focus from that as a pilot project to move forward. We're also talking about educations that we're going to talk about. So these are the things that I'm more involved in that part. And we have worked with ACGME. And then last time when I visited the Ministry of Health during a conference, a postgraduate, I met with the president of ACGME International, Dr. James Arrighi, and he personally said, we are very interested in the progress of that and learn from it. So there's a big chance that this might become international. So people are going to say, like, why am I doing it? This is my part of being a diaspora. Say, people say, like, why are you doing it? Why are you interested in it? You're not even here anymore, whatever. But it's not true. So I'll show you. This is where I live. I was born and grew up there for the last 28 years before I left. And this is my house. And that's my room, Joseph and Craig, if you want to know. That's my room, okay? And it's still there. And this is the hospital where I was trained. This is the University of Medicine, and they're linked together. Look at this. I have walked home from here when, it was, my car didn't work, whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, it's my home. I want to see us to grow, okay? This is my home. My second home now is Utah, and that's my home too. But I want to see homes to work together to this. I was born here, so I want to see the growth. And people say once you drink Musi River water, you always come back, yeah? And not to mention, I really like that. You know that, right? That's Pempek is really good. And this is the Musi River. If you will take you guys around there. And this is like the Blue Danube okay. Joseph is from Czech, so he knows that. So that's what I want. So I've lived in Palembang for 28 years. It's almost as long as I live in Utah now. And I went to medical school, sorry, my bad. In medical school, 1898, 1994, went to do my residency at St. Vincent Hospital, and then fellowship at the University of Utah. This is the old school. That's the old hospital at the back. I don't know if you remember that. I used to park over here, but I cannot park there anymore. It's all packed. Used to be very quiet. And go back to the hospital, do my rotations. And this is the medical school. I remember it was a hazing time. I had to shave my head and crawl on the floor during the first year. You guys all remember that, right? Then I brought my family a year ago to visit when I was giving a talk. And I got Clara now, Megan, and my wife, Wendy. And we went to visit, and I showed them and my old medical school. And they said, I didn't know how you survived that. And I said, yeah, very good. I said, and here's where I am now. This is where the University of Utah has grown. And now we have collaboration with Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein Hospital, and we want to collaborate and build together. That's my commitment. And I said it's our commitment to do that. And we have talked about our proposal, and Ibu Siti Halime has mentioned that as well. This is what we still working progress, and we have an MOU with MOH pending signing. And we're looking forward for the visit to University to show. So again, I will not talk this. Juan has already touched this. System management we want to do. Clinical service that we talk about. We have we're gonna start evaluate and implementing cardiology, heart failure service, pathology, anatomy. The pilot program of cardio-oncology has been ongoing, the first in the country, which is, very proud of that. And we try to facilitate facility assessment and then take a look at it, which Juan has mentioned. I wouldn't go through it. But the thing that we want to talk about is more about educations. Improving quality and increasing specialty required education and training. So we do need, we're able to do this assessment, not just, So we are talking not just physician, but University of Utah has the ability to do medical staff training, nursing, technicians. That important when we do a health system. But the key is residency training. where you want to train your specialists. And there are two pathways. This is the most common pathways. This is a requirement for every physician who wants to touch patient in the US. You have to pass USMLE, including the medical student in the US. The University of Utah has a unique pathway that allows the special international qualified physician for non-USMLE training. Our heart failure is doing it. They're not, just remember, there's certain requirement, they're not board eligible. And I will speak about this more in one of the residency training, but not in this session. So, but just understand some of terminology that in the US, you have to do undergrad. You cannot go straight to medical school. You have to do 4 years, and then you do 4 years of medical school, and then you undergo what we call residency. You cannot just go practice. And then this is what the term that general cardiology and the residence fellowship and further subspecialty is called fellowship. Okay, so we have to synchronize our understanding about it. And the example that we can provide in terms of a training, in a cardiac imaging, we have a fellowship at the cardiology where we do about 1,500 CT and 1,200 cardiac MRI. So this is a good opportunity to have one of your fellows physicians to be trained, or your staff physicians to be trained for that. And this is unique that our faculty who train this are combined of radiology and cardiologists. It's really so they get learned from both sides of the world. For neurology, we have vascular neurology, telehealth consult, in hospital round, ED consult. So it's really a good round for neurologists. For cardiology, we do about 1,500 cath. We do this many PCR, and then part of it is also structural. So these are an example of procedures that we do, and we can be part of the training program. And Dr. Salzman and his team does mini bypass, robotic mitral, and then already started some robotic aortic valve for that. So when we talk about this, you're probably gonna ask me, it's like, okay, what have you done? Can you show us what you have done, or you just talk, right? So what has the University of Utah Health contributed around the world? So look at this. Okay. First heart transplant in Panama. Thanks to our heart failure program and our CT surgery, they did the first heart transplant, even though the hospital where they're doing it was affiliated with Johns Hopkins. But it was University of Utah who did the first heart transplant. And part of it, these two clowns, we call them, Jose and Omar, was our faculty at the University of Utah. They are from Panama. So they are the champion, the diaspora to basically work to get this happen. And they went there and they did really well, and then continue to do really well. And the other one that we can show is Honduras City Surgery. Is Dr. Salzman went there with champion. This is one of our cardiac anesthesia. You can see that Dr. Salzman and Chief of Cardiac CT Surgery and Miguel Alvarez able to improve the access to bypass surgery because Miguel is from Honduras. So those are the things that we can work together for that. But other than that, the University of Utah has also a part of Sichuan Provincial Hospital, where they help with an LVAD, also with Athens, with Chile. And this is their first LVAD heart transplant program in China, where the surgeon came, have a training for LVAD and heart failure. They all came to University of Utah. And I remember they were rounding, they joined our conference and had a good time. And we have MOU with Ministry of Health, and it's pending signing. This is what we have. I'm waiting for that to be finalized. And future collaborations, more robust heart failure training, program assessment across, and we are thinking about residency matching program, probably having Indonesia's Board of Examination in coordinations with ABIM. I think that's really great. To ABIM has really working really well to improve the quality and maintenance, and providing Indonesia's Board of Medical Specialty like an ABIM board certifications and CME maintenance in Indonesia. So, and first project, as we discussed, this is why we're here. We're going to have heart failure fellowship training at the University. We're going to have a pathology anatomy training focus on heart biopsy. And these are the things that we want to collaborate in the future. Maybe instructional heart program. Maybe we start a TABR program at Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein, right? We do PFO, Watchman. And what about radiation oncology that we are, our Huntsman Cancer Institute is one of the most international. So here's the heart failure, the MOU that we have, and we're going to have an extension for that. And Juan is looking forward to improve that. And I'd like to thank you again for having us. And I cannot, and this is not me, this is all the team that we work with together. And I'd like to thank the Ministry of Health for supporting this. Of course, Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, I'm sorry, that's a misspelling. And Director of General Human Resources, Ibu Yuli Varianti, who's visited us, Dr. Bob Carter, Juan, and our team, Craig, Joseph Stavros, and our Chief of Surgery, Cardiology, who supported this as well, and Pathology Anatomy. And also, of course, I cannot be grateful for Dr. Halima and Edo, who's been pioneering for this. Thank you very much. And I'm hoping this is going to be a really successful collaborations and for both countries, caring for patients to give the best care that we can as together. Thank you. And any questions?
Thank you so much. For all the participants, if you have any questions, just raise your hand. Okay. Microphone, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dr. Adiba, forensic and medical legal specialist in this Muhammad Hussein Hospital. First of all, we are mostly welcome you and the delegates of University of Utah. Straight to my questions about the about the heart transplantation. Okay. With your years of experience, have you ever faced cases of ethical dilemmas such as DCDD violations and so on? And how did you and your team control it, or have you done something for it? Okay, thank you.
That's a great questions. We've done this a long time, and I'm not a heart transplant expert. Actually, Dr. Salzman, Dr. Joseph Stellick will have this session to talk about how to build the dilemma that we have gone through. But I do understand there's some religions barriers, but we just have to work on it, see kind of bigger pictures, what we need to do. But we have a team that can work with this. We also have patients who have different religions, different beliefs in US, but probably different than what you have here in Indonesia. And I understand that. So I might, Joseph, Craig, you want to make a comment about that, ethical issues? And
we have issues every single day. Nothing is easy. And sometimes it's related to religion. Sometimes it's related to politics. Sometimes it's social. People have different beliefs that we want to respect, but also for the health of our program and your young program, there has to be a balance of needs of both the program and of the individual and their families. So we can expand upon that more, but you will not be the first ones to face ethical and other challenges that are psychosocial related that we must face every single day. So it's a wonderful question.
Thank you very much for the giving opportunity. I know that Professor Tanda is by the nickname actually. Okay, my question is regarding to the possibility of the sending our fellow to Utah. The question is whether or not they categorized as the observership or a full fellowship with the hands-on training, because I believe that they should, for those who would like to have the hands-on training, should be past the ACGME, as well as like in Indonesia, there are now ACGME coming for the hospital base. Is there any special requirement for the hands-on, full hands-on training in Utah?
That's great question. So if you following a traditional way, you have to pass USMLE. If you say, for example, what I did, I passed USMLE, I apply for residency, and I get a full license. I can touch patients. Without that, technically, you cannot, if you want to follow that pathways. Utah has a special situations where we are allowed, is passed by the Utah state. It's not every state, but Utah has this called type 2 license, where the visiting physicians able to do this under direct supervisions. They are not going to be board eligible, like for the traditional way. After I've passed my USMLE, I do my training, I'm eligible to be board certified. So I can take the exam, I can get a full license, I can move everywhere in the United States and then get a job. But the non-traditional pathway that Utah have as a type 2 is basically simply for training. So you come there, you're under supervisions, you can work as a fellow, quote unquote, under supervisions, even though your title is considered visiting physicians. You are not eligible to be board certified. You not even can sit for it. You cannot get a full license, then you have to go back. And the funding comes from the sending. Now, in order to do that, it requires certain requirements because you still have to follow federal regulations, which mean this physician can only come on O visa, outstanding visa. You cannot come on J visa or H-1B visa. J visa is ECGME pathway, which one of the requirement is to pass USMLE. So you cannot come there. You can come on O visa and then you just go home. That means you cannot send a resident who just graduated. It has to be somebody who has a little bit of experience. So because we means the division has to vouch, okay, this individual have this experience, has these publications, he's gonna come for extra training for 1 year and qualify for O visa and then go back home. Okay, that's one of the trick that we need to send. I give you an example. The best person in this room, if I can say, is, for example, if you're gonna send Dr. Tondas, hey, I wanna send Dr. Tondas for extra training, say in interventional cardiology or structural cardiology. He's perfect. He's a head of cardiologists. He has experience. He has publications. So it's easy for us to say like, hey, he can come on O visa. But if we have somebody who just started first year residency internal medicine in Indonesia, it's going to be hard for us to defend that. And because the government is going to say what qualification for him to get an O visa. So my advice, prepare your resident or your student from now on to take USMLE. If I can pass, anybody can pass. Okay, I'm just telling you, it's not hard. It's just take a lot of dedications. And I have a special sessions, I think in one of the talk about residency, what to do, what am I going to do, and then what my advice. But meanwhile, to bridge this, we can work with the University of Utah. We have talked with our ACGME office to start with this, but it's also based on the capacity. For example, you cannot say like, hey, I have 5 heart failure doctor I want us to send. We cannot do that because we have to take the ratio between how many patients we're going to see, the faculty and the fellows, right? So it has to be like, okay, we send 1, but you can say, for example, I can send 1 heart failure, one CT imaging, one pathology, one radio oncology. So you can send 5, but different specialties. Does that make sense? So that's I think I would recommend to do it in then non-USMLE. But I would urge the younger generation, for example, the first year fellow or first year resident in here, hey, study USMLE, take the boards. So it will make it easier for you to compete. Then you go there, you apply, and it's less headaches, right? You provide the funding, you train, they're fully USMLE, and you go back to the country to build. That's what I know the neighboring country have done, like Singapore send fellows, but they pass USMLE. So make it easier from like, oh yeah, you're really good fellows. They can be young and they get a full training just like regular, and they go home, but they have to go home to be trained. I forgot Prof. Slim, I think, when I was at CGME, you met him, Dr. Dakota. And I said, how do you make sure that they come back to Singapore? And they said, well, we pay for their salary, for their stipend for 2 years. If they don't want to come back, fine, you pay back 3 times of the stipend that was paid by the Singapore government, right? And I said, okay, what if they just ignore you, not pay? They said, we'll take away their citizenship. So they will come back. So there's a way to make sure that whatever you send this fellow to come back. But we have a way. Utah is unique. I'm not going to say you're not going to find it in California. You're not going to find it in New York. It's very unique to Utah. This is why I think Dr. James Arrighi was very interested in what we can do here. Okay.
Okay, I think it's enough. Oh, do you have still? Okay.
Terima kasih, Prof. Bahasa Indonesia aja, Prof, ya. Boleh. Sama akhirnya Sumatera Barat, jadi kalau bahasa Barat agak susah, Prof. Jadi, Prof, tadi saya lihat dari perjalanan pendidikan Prof tadi, sebelum menjadi kardiologis, Prof, internal medicine dulu ya, Prof. Nah, cuma 3 tahun. Nah, boleh diilustrasi dikit, Prof, bisa pendidikan internal medicine 3 tahun. Karena kami juga punya pemikiran di PABDI untuk akselerasi, bagaimana kita memperpendek masa studi. Terima kasih, Prof.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Di Amerika sistem untuk spesialisasi itu harus melalui penyakit dalam, internal medicine. Di sana internal medicine itu 3 tahun. Ada akselerasi untuk misalnya subspesialisasi, tapi belum menjadi sesuatu yang pasti. Di sana tetap harus untuk namanya tuh dependent specialty, itu kayak kardiologi, heart failure, EP itu harus melalui penyakit dalam. Itu sistem di Amerika. Jadi 3 tahun bukan 5 tahun kayak di Indonesia. Apakah itu akan bisa dirubah? Itu tergantung dari polisi dari Indonesia. Di sana 3 tahun itu benar-benar intensif. Jadi kita ada jaga malam, konferensi, Monday to Saturday, Friday, mereka 24 jam. Yang menjadi salah satu kunci itu mereka bisa melakukan itu, mereka digaji. Residensi itu digaji, bukan harus membayar. Begitu kita menjadi residensi itu dapat stipend namanya. Jadi cukup untuk hidup. Nggak bisa beli pesawat, Pak. Nggak beli kapal tuh nggak bisa. Beli mobil bisa, sewa rumah bisa. Maka dari situ mereka bisa fokus ya. Nah 3 tahun itu baru selesai, harus board certified. Jadi harus mengambil internal medicine dari IBIM dan untuk apply lagi. Dan apply untuk fellowship itu melalui interview. Jadi harus pas ujian, interview satu-satu. Dan prosesnya itu melalui National Residency Matching Program. Jadi nggak bisa main, Pak. Jadi interview, contohnya waktu saya apply, saya kirim aplikasi saya, personal statement, ECFMG, USMLE score, mereka lihat score itu ke setiap program. Jadi misalnya saya kirim misalnya 20 program ya, dan program itu akan melihat apakah mereka setuju? Oh, oke, ini bagus nih kandidat, diundang. Sekarang Zoom aja karena mahal ya. Jadi diundang mereka Zoom interview. Nah, interview kalau oke, mereka ranking. Jadi rumah sakit akan meranking, misalnya mereka interview 100 kandidat. Mereka ranking, kita suka sekali kandidat yang ini, nomor 1, yang kedua, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sampai berapa deh. Dan kandidat sendiri kayak saya aduh saya sukanya ke rumah sakit yang ini loh. Yang ini nomor 2 deh. Rankingnya 1, 2, 3. Mereka lihat match-nya. Jadi sistemnya itu gitu di sana. Tapi harus melalui penyakit dalam di Amerika, nggak bisa potong jalan. Kayak tetapi ada specialty yang tidak namanya tuh dependent specialty. Kayak ENT surgery itu langsung bisa mereka langsung general surgery, nggak usah penyakit dalam. Neurology itu perlu 1 tahun, namanya preliminary aja. 1 tahun mereka langsung bisa ke neurologi. Jadi tergantung ECGME yang menentukan persyaratan tersebut.
Oke.
Gimana? Enggak. Mereka enggak perlu melalui kayak saya ingat waktu koas itu kan harus 10 minggu penyakit dalam ya, 10 minggu OBGYN segala macam. Itu di situ enggak. Internal medicine to internal medicine, mereka ada rotasi, ada subspecial elective kalau mereka tertarik sama kardiologi, oke, saya mau melakukan ini gitu. Tapi penyakit dalam itu penyakit dalam khusus. Itu elective tuh untuk medical student 4 tahun, tapi untuk internal medicine tuh mereka ada rotasi ke kardiologi. Jadi mereka ada rotasi untuk penyakit dalam tuh kardiologi, mereka ke pulmonologi gitu loh. Tapi enggak terlalu banyak. Jadi enggak ada OBGYN. Jadi penyakit dalam aja semua.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Professor Anwar Tandar, for your great presentations. I'm sorry, time is over. I think we have to move to our agenda. I'm sorry that we still have our another discussions after this, ladies and gentlemen. The next agenda that we will have the presentations from the President Director of Indonesian National Health Insurance Agency that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc, PhD, AAK, that he was graduated from Public Health University of Newcastle, Australia, and also as a research fellowship at the Brown University, USA. Professor Dr. Ali Gufron, time is yours. Yeah, we have connected online with Professor Dr. Ali Gufron. Professor, can you hear our voice?
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, for sure, Professor.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see it.
So we have to speak in English or in Indonesia? Because my staff said in Indonesia, but I listen from Utah University in English. Halo?
Bebas aja, Profesor. Mau pakai bahasa Inggris boleh. Karena kita ada international delegates in Hospital.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are trying to explain a little bit about how to make sure that transplant of heart transplant can be covered by BPJS Kesehatan. Ladies and gentlemen, actually many people do not know yet that BPJS is the not for-profit orientation public institution. This institution actually not for profit, and it is directly under the president authority, and the funding actually it is we call it trust fund. So trust fund not based on tax like in UK, but it is really actually trust fund. So those who are poor, the premium is paid by a government. And those who are, working, so 1% is paid by employees and 4% by employer. So this is actually most of our responsibility is in the demand side. So demand side, and it is personal health. So like when we are talking about heart transplant, it is personal health, something like that. But of course, our task is regulated under law number 24 in the year 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important now, our members is not 267, but actually 283. Bu Ricky, Bu Rizky, I think you have to change this one. Okay, and the number of hospital in Indonesia is really increased. In the year 2014, the number is only 1,681, but today the number for the referral hospital or referral health facilities is 3,170, meaning that in Indonesia, like in US, the hospitals is used as the tool for investment. So because the number after BPJS is after BPJS was established, many hospitals are growing, and even have other primary healthcare facilities from 18,477 in the year 2014. I was lucky because I was the chairman committee preparation committee at the time, and today increased into more than 23,000 primary healthcare. And ladies and gentlemen, I think when we read Lancet, so in Germany it took almost 127 years. So here, and in Belgium, the capital city of European need more than 100 years, and Japan 36 years, and Korea, South Korea need 12 years, and Indonesia is faster than the fastest in the world, South Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, so here actually the contact rate, utilization in the hospital, actually a day in the 2014 maybe is only around 252,000 a day. But today, in the year 2024, for example, around 2 million people. So a day. So the contact rate and utilization is increased, meaning that the trust from community is increasing. And ladies and gentlemen, that the aim of main aim of USA in Indonesia is, of course, equity of access, especially everyone, every time, everywhere can have quality access and equity of access without financial hardship. But when we are talking about equity, mostly are related to the supply side, where the supply side, for example, like physician, specialization, that already discussed by Professor Anwar Tandar from Utah University. It is not the responsibility of BPJS Kesehatan. And of course, health facilities and medicine or drug is not responsibility of BPJS Kesehatan. But we would like to increase equity, financial protection, and also quality doing our services, including heart transplant, should be more cost effective. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the 7 principles of national health insurance in Indonesia. So this should be according to the standard, should be effective, efficient, and most of things is covered. And that is the heart transplant principle. So first, it should be clinical governance and should be based evidence medicine, and evidence medicine, especially on heart transplant. And it should be audited by quality control team and also cost control team. And that is the for the competencies, it should be multidisciplinary approach. And again, when I was the dean of the Faculty of Medicine at that time, the most important, we have to save life at any cost. But today, as the director of BPJS Kesehatan, we have to see that whether our procedure, for example, like, heart transplant, it is really cost effective or not. And of course, it is the right of the patient to have, heart transplant and other type of health services. According to the tariff, that for the transplant, it is depend on the class of the ward. If, for class 3 and also depend on severity of the, of the transplant. So if transplant, both heart or lung, that is, if it is, a simple thing, that is the tariff. Like for the class 3 ward, 315,000. But for the class 1, more than 419,000. So if the ones who are the member of BPJS Kesehatan need to be upgraded, for example, need to be hospitalized in VIP ward. So the today's regulation that the hospital can charge to the patient or or to the commercial insurance additional 75% additional from 419 for the light heart transplant. Ladies and gentlemen, of course that the utilization of organ transplant, including cornea and kidney transplant and heart transplant and also lung transplant, is always increasing, except in the year 2025. The time is not yet full 1 year, but if you see here, the number is always increasing, except in the 2020 because the time it was COVID era. Ladies and gentlemen, of course that the challenge of heart transplant in Indonesia, first, it is the availability and the competencies of the doctors who are doing the heart transplant. And from UTA offered us that we can have capacity building in UTA, then it is a very good opportunity actually. Then of course BPJS will support of this. And then there is long-term care as well as the ethical thing and regulation and financing. Ladies and gentlemen, of course that BPJS Kesehatan, that time we had guests from Boston, from private, and that actually BPJS Kesehatan is changed a lot. So every type of performance done by hospital, including heart transplant in the hospital, how many this hospital had transplant, for example, a day or a year, we are able to capture it. So we can listen here, our system, we have the room is Performance Management Center, and we can...
I'm Charles Garretts. I'm representing Sarepta, which is a company in Boston, United States, but also I'm here with my colleagues. Well, first of all, I'm super impressed with everything we've seen here. When I walked in, it looked like Star Wars. It's really something out of the future here. I'm standing here in front of a screen where everybody sees in real time what is happening with healthcare encounters in Indonesia. Super impressive. So lessons learned here. Indonesia is already much more ahead than everybody thinks, which is super impressive. This can absolutely be used to understand where hospitals need to be built. And so lessons learned is Indonesia is doing a fantastic job. It's super impressive.
Okay, thank you very much. So BPJS Kesehatan, we are inviting officers and all doctors from Muhammad Hussein Hospital to come to see by their own eyes how actually the development and we can capture all the performance done by hospital. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first time BPJS was invited by United Nations. And we are not only this, inspired and also invited to UCLA Los Angeles and many Monash University Australia, Johns Hopkins USA, Harvard, ADP, and also in South Africa, even in UK, in Melbourne, and many things. So, ladies and gentlemen, because BPJS Kesehatan is trying to, it is like mutual fund and mutual help among the members. So, how to have a practice, a good practice. So, this is we are.
Yes, and now the winner can be announced. So I would like once again to congratulate all member institutions who took part in the competition. It was impressive to see the range and scope of the submissions. The one award we have not yet announced is, of course, the overall winner. So, from 168 entries in the jury had to select one that was outstanding and deserved to be awarded as the winner of the competition. So it is my great pleasure to announce the winner of the ISA Good Practice Award for Asia and Pacific for 2021. The winner is the Social Security Administrating Body for Health, BPJS Kesehatan, Indonesia, for its National Health Security Program.
Yeah, and in the Saudi Arabia, 3 to 5 December 2024, we got a Good Practice Award also in the Asia Pacific with the 10 awards. And too many international agencies came to BPJS Kesehatan. It is one of what they are, commenting. So we can listen. For example, Antoni Okuku he mentioned like this.
Coming to see the command center, I found the command center also something that is remarkable. I mean, that it helps you to get a feel of what is happening on the ground, and then how it is being used also to drive the movement and all. I think I'm highly impressed. Yeah.
So to come back to Indonesia and to see BPJS now and what it's achieved is really quite impressive. So I congratulate everyone who's worked on BPJS. It's amazing to see the level of coverage across the country and to see the attention to equity and meeting the needs of the population. And I think I'm still learning about BPJS, but what I can say is I'm impressed with how much it is innovating and testing and experimenting with new things. To me, the things that are most exciting are the things that make healthcare different for the individual. So making access easier, bringing services closer to the individual or to the community. I think the ways that BPJS is innovating and finding ways to do that, that's what impresses me most.
Impressive. So the coverage that BPJS has is something that many countries aspire to achieve. So in many ways, it's a place that we can look to learn and see what's being done here that we might be able to transfer and use in other parts of the world that are not as far along in different aspects of health. The integration between levels of the health system and from providers to BPJS is something that's really stood out. So the way that the technology has been used and information is shared to provide better care for the population is something that's been really impressive, and I'm excited to learn more about it.
I was very impressed by the digital transformation, and I can't imagine how they handle 1 million insurance claims a day. So I was very impressed by how efficient the leadership, how efficient the management of everything was.
So I think Indonesia's experience with JKN has not only been aspirational, but it's also been inspirational to a lot of countries which come from the same context, lower middle income countries that are aiming to achieve universal health coverage. The experience that Indonesia has had provides invaluable lessons to many countries that are on the same path, which Indonesia has almost achieved near universal.
decreasing out-of-pocket expenditures, improving service delivery quality, as well as improving efficiency. So I think the world is looking towards Indonesia for, your country experiences and how we can go back and emulate the same in our country.
BPJS keren.
BPJS Kesehatan keren.
BPJS Kesehatan keren.
So keren meaning, cool, something like that. And, fortunately, because in Indonesia, maybe around 100 million people, if they are poor, they cannot access of healthcare. In addition of the heart transplant, if they had heart disease, it is very difficult to have access. But today, because 200, then we were proposed as the nominee of Nobel Peace Prize. I think the last one, we would like, many people do not know what is happening actually, how BPJS Kesehatan developed. So therefore, we composed the song, and it was, sang by our rector, our president of university. Indonesia sometimes still do not know.
Aku tahu kamu belum tahu, BPJS sudah sangat maju.
Banyak negara yang mau tiru dengan kendali biaya mutu.
Banyak persepsi yang masih keliru dikira kelompok tertentu. Mereka yang tidak mampu, padahal sistemnya sudah menyatu. Kamu belum tahu.
Belum tahu apa?
Di rumah sakit ada BPJS 1.
Jadi jika ada masalah jangan hubungi.
Mereka siap membantu. Tolong kamu cari tahu.
Teknologinya sangat jitu, banyak games yang di tanganmu, membantu dokter dan kamu tiap saat tahun-tahun lalu.
Jadi rekam medisnya bisa langsung umpamanya di rumah sakit Ahmad Hussein Palembang, dia di Jakarta tahu. Kalau ada apa-apa laporkan BPJS 1 ada. Umpamanya PBI dinonaktifkan, bukan BPJS. Yang hak BPI yang menentukan bukan BPJS.
Menjamin akses terbaik. Semoga kamu jadi perahu. Meski kamu dan keluargamu jadi peserta yang saling bantu, jangan lupa jaga selalu kesehatanmu dan keluargamu.
Baik, terima kasih. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Terima kasih Dr. Ali Gufron atas presentasinya. Panelis, apakah ada yang ingin bertanya? Boleh, mohon izin. Hanya satu pertanyaan ya. Baik, silahkan Ibu.
Okay, thank you for this chance.
very kind presentation and wonderful song.
Not this because there is no funding. We have to compose ourselves.
Yeah, Prof. My name is Eva, Prof. I'm the head.
Eva.
Yes, I am head of inpatient installation at Muhammad Hussein Hospital. Prof, from a hospital and patient center perspective, we see that prevention plays a very important role in improving cancer outcomes and reducing long-term treatment costs.
Sure.
However, in daily practice, some key prevention measures such as mammography screening and HPV vaccination are still not covered by the National Health Insurance, Prof.
Yeah.
My question is, how does BPJS Kesehatan view the role of cancer prevention in the National Health Financing Strategy? And there are any plan to expand coverage for this preventive service in the future, Prof? And in addition, in the context of our focus today on cardio-oncology, my question is, which cardiac examination do you consider essential and should ideally be included in BPJS coverage to ensure patient safety during cancer treatment? Thank you.
Cancer or heart treatment? Okay.
Cancer, Prof. Yes, thank you.
Cancer or heart? Cancer treatment or cancer?
Treatment.
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah.
our
Okay.
oncology. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank for Dr. Eva question, which is very interesting. So number one, actually, of course, BPJS Kesehatan support a lot on prevention and also promotion. And, for the cancer prevention, for example, like, in the primary health care, we already, pap smear, for example, it is covered by BPJS Kesehatan. And, when you are asking cardiology, which kind of examination, actually many things is covered. But of course, BPJS Kesehatan is not, institution which is everything is free. That is based on mutual help, meaning that everyone have to contribute the money. So we have already, we call it, I'm sure Dr. Eva do not know yet, we have screening and it is free of charge as the promotion prevention. The screening, if you just, use download mobile CKN, we call it screening riwayat kesehatan, ya. And you just answer yes, no, then if you are tend to have cardiology problems, this will be suggested that maybe you have hypertension, for example, or other type of diseases, and suggested to contact your primary health care and to examine over there, and it is covered. And number two, the BPJS Kesehatan, the way to pay is based on the INA CBGs or INA DRG. Previously, this was INA DRG, but today is INA CBGs. In the future might be IDRC, we call it the way to pay. But basically, it is prospective payment system. So, like one who are in the same resources, we classified in the one group. We call it prospective or classification of diseases, international classification of diseases. So everything is covered like that. And depend on the hospital. BPJS contract with the management of the hospital, not based on one individual physician or specialization. In this case, the most important is the director of the hospital have to be able to make equitable distribution of the resources. So BPJS today paying in advance also up to 60%. Jadi bayar uang muka dulu, ya. Belum diapa-apain sudah, belum diverifikasi sudah dibayar, ada uang muka. Not only in advance of the payment, but we also maximum 14 days, 2 weeks, we have to pay to the hospital. ya, ahli jantung nih contohnya di sebuah rumah sakit di Jawa Tengah itu Pak 4 bulan kami tidak dibayar jasa medis kami. Lah, padahal kami bayarnya itu tiap 2 minggu. Lalu saya minta ada nggak nomornya di rootnya? Saya tak komunikasi. Nah, udah 2 hari dia nggak ngubungin. Saya hubungi lagi dokternya. Seakan-akan saya yang butuh. Dok, katanya mau kasih nomornya di root rumah sakitnya. Gini Pak, setelah saya cerita ke dirutnya, ternyata langsung kami diberesin, dibayar jasa medis kami. Loh, oh gitu. Sehingga kami nggak butuh lagi Pak untuk urusan itu karena sudah dibayar gitu. Nah, tapi ya harusnya cerita dong gitu. Demikian, so that is all what I can answer to Dr. Eva. Thank you very much for your questions. And
Thank
for
you.
cancer treatment, yeah, for cancer treatment, you can claim and we will pay your claim, including the medicine, yeah. Even cytotoxic, for example, or any type of disease, or any type of medicine, actually, it is recommended, then it depends on the clinical guidelines, then it is covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prof. Dr. Ali Gufron, for your wonderful presentations. Thank you so much. Hopefully that we can meet in other occasion. Thank you so much, Prof.
Terima kasih, pamit.
Terima kasih, Prof. Thank you so much. We give a round of big of applause of Prof. Ali Gufron.
Okay, for the next session, we already have Dr. Aris Perdana, SPA NTI, subspecialist ANKV, with us. He graduated from University of Indonesia as anesthesiologist in 2001, I'm sorry, and then proceed to fellowship in IGN Malaysia and also Indonesia in 2002 and 2017. To Dr. Arias, time is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for your kind introduction. I hope the audience could see my slide now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and almost noon in Jakarta here. My name is Aris Perdana from Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital and also member of National Transplantation Committee or Komite Transplantasi Nasional. We name it KTN. Vice Minister of Health, Prof. Dante, and also the Director of BPJS, Professor Ali Gufron. Dear colleague and all participants, I see in this webinar, at least there are more than 500 participants already listening our presentation. And before we start our presentation, we like to appreciate to our colleague from Muhammad Husin Hospital Palembang for conducting this seminar focused on heart transplantation. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first seminar in a large scale focused on heart transplantation. So give a big applause for our colleague from Muhammad Husin Hospital Palembang. All to distinguished speaker from Indonesia and also from Utah University, including Professor Anwar Kando. It's an honor that we can share the program of disease donor in Indonesia. So on behalf of Komite Transplantasi Nasional or KTN, for the next 20 minutes, we'd like to give brief information regarding our progress in developing the disease or donor organ donation and transplantation in our country. There are 3 issues that we like to highlight. The first is regulation or aspect of legal framework. The second one is structure of organization in disease organ and donation and transplantation, and also our progress in conducting the disease organ donor for last maybe more than 3 years back on. Okay. This is the overview of our organ transplantation, also some important event in our journey for organ transplantation. So our kidney transplant started in 1977, but there were period of time that this organ transplant were not active as we hoped. So the program reactivated in 2007 under supervision of Prof. Endang Susalit from Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital. And the next, our transplant liver was started in 2010. Both of heart transplant are still from living donor. In 2015, the Ministry of Health had been developed the specific organization that focus on organ transplantation, which is the Komite Transplantasi Nasional or KTN. And the next issue that in 2018, the Komite Transplantasi Nasional had been formed, the team of experts. This team of experts focus on starting design and concept of deceased donor organ in Indonesia. They focus on 3 issues. The first is regulation. The number 2 is organization and also preparation of human resources. So what is current situation of transplant organ in Indonesia? For example, in one of our transplant center in Jakarta, they regularly perform 2 until 3 cases kidney transplant in a week. And also they perform 1 liver transplant every month. Totally, if I'm taken, they already perform 103 liver transplant. And all transplant are from living donor. And regarding the deceased donor in 2024 and also in 2025, actually we have 2 cases of potential donor. But unfortunately, this potential deceased donor cannot proceed until actual donor for solid organ because the potential donor got the cardiac arrest before the brain death diagnosis was confirmed. So in both cases, we only can harvesting the cornea for transplantation. We know that one of the key factors for developing the deceased donor program is the support of budgeting. But I will talk more detail about this issue because the Professor Ali Gufron already mentioned about the National Insurance Program or JKN regarding the transplantation. If not mistaken, in one of his slides, Professor Ali Gufron mentioned that the reimbursement for the lung or cardiac transplant is about 300 and 400 million. Correct me if I'm not wrong. Is it enough or not enough? I think we have to discuss more detail regarding this issue. But if we talk about the deceased donor, we only discuss about the recipient, but we also should focus on donor itself. What should we do after the donor already declare a brain death? Is it still covered by the BPJS or not? Is it very important, of course, because there are always budgeting or financial issue regarding the harvesting and also the transplantation of organ. I think it's very important, of course. And if we talk about the authority that responsible for organ donation and transplantation, there are 2 organizations, of course. The one is the Ministry of Health, and the second one is Komite Transplantasi Nasional or KTN. The other stakeholder was the Indonesian Transplantation Society. For the next slide, okay, let's talk about the regulation of or legal framework. You know, the essential part of organ transplantation is to develop regulation framework with always considering the ethical aspect of organ transplantation. We know that organ transplantation is substantial related with the ethical aspect. So it is important that we have to consider the health, the ethical issue in developing this organization. The latest organization was issued in 2023 and also 2024. And at the moment, there are 4 regulations and also 1 fatwa from Indonesian Scholarly Council because we know that majority of our population is Muslim. So it is important that we have support from the Majelis Ulama Council. So in principle, all the legislation and also fatwa definitely support the implementation of deceased donor organ donation and transplantation in our country. And also it is important that when we were in process of developing or compile those regulations, we always consider the guiding principle from WHO, also consider the Declaration of Istanbul and also the Madrid Resolution. And the most important thing that we are always thinking that our regulation is in line with common practice from international organization in other country. For the next two slides, explain the list of some principles that written in our regulation, both from government and also Minister of Health. For example, it was stated clearly that our resources donor are either from living or dead donor, and also written that sale of organ are prohibited. And this regulation also is mandatory that we have to get the written consent from patient or relative for organ donation. And regarding the dead donor rule, we have to make sure the implementation, the dead donor rule. It means the donor must be determined to be dead before their organ are removed. And also there are specific regulations to guide the brain stem donor. For example, that the diagnosis of brain stem donor should be carried at least by 2 doctors, neurologists and anesthesiologists, and both of the doctors should be not involved directly in organ procurement. The other principle is that we have organ allocation guided by clinical criteria developed by the expert and justified by the Comité Transplantasi Nasional. We also adapted the implementation of universal systematic approach to the process of disease organ donation. And we have Comité Transplantasi Nasional that focus on organ donation and transplantation. We create the hospital networking consists of donor hospital and also transplant hospital. And for the organ procurement organization, we choose in our regulation the Hospital Organ Procurement Organization, or TMPO. TMPO is Team Management Procurement Organ. They work inside hospital, they have multiple roles, they carry comprehensive and collaborative blended donor management inside hospital. So what next step? Next step, we have to translate this regulation into protocol or standard operating procedure in order to guide the implementation. But this protocol or SOP should be accepted, of course, by the clinician who work daily practices in organ transplantation. Next slide. Okay. This is the universal systemic approach to the process of disease organ donation. The objective that we adopted this approach are to get the same perception and also the same languages among practitioners on the issue of disease donor. So we adopted this approach to the process of disease donor. Even though we still focus on the neurology criteria or DVD, but we have to anticipate in the future if situations require the donor from circulation criteria or a DCD. And there was a learning process from our first potential donor case that we need to promote this systematic approach priority among the transplant clinician and management of transplant hospital. The next slide. Okay. Then this slide focus on standard design of organization and disease donor, how we select, how we adjust, and how we set up in our system. In management of disease donor, at least there are 4 basic organizations. According to the Madrid resolution, there should be a national responsibility to perform and enable organizations that focus on organization. So that's for in 2015, we have Comité Transplantasi Nasional. The authority of Comité Transplantasi Nasional, including proposed the draft of policy and regulation to the Ministry of Health to promote and to educate, supervise the implementation, and also emphasizes on ethical practices. And the last is take the major role in allocation organ. The next organization is Institute for Transplant. We have 2 types of transplant. One is donor hospital as a source of donor and part of hospital networking. And the second one is transplant hospital. At the moment, we have 26 hospitals for kidney, liver, lung, and heart, all in solid organ. The third organization is Organ Procurement Organization on the board of level, the hospital level, and also in the national level. For the hospital level, we create or adopt the model of hospital organ procurement organization or donor transplant coordinator. We name it is TNPO in our regulation. TNPO is a team management procurement organ. So at the moment, there are 2 hospitals that we still try to develop. One of the Cipto Mangunkusumo and the other one is Rumah Sakit Persahabatan for Lung Center. And also at the national level for organ procurement organization, our design is to create or develop the National Transplant Network or GTN, Jejaring Transplantasi Nasional. It's a function of OPO coordinator at national level. This organization is under authority of Ministry of Health and in progress to develop. We still focus on creating the regulation for this organization. The last or number 4 organization is organ that focus in organization that focus in organ exchange. Right now, there is no specific organization, but this function is under authority of Komite Transplantasi Nasional, but the criteria for organ allocation had been developed and already declared in regulation specific. So this slide explains the flow of process in organ donation for deceased donor, including the unit that will get involved in those process. From the first potential donor report by the donor hospital and then report to the National Transplantation Network or GTN, GTN sending the coordinator or TNPO, and TNPO will work collaboration with management in donor hospital for conducting the family approach and also diagnosis of brain death and also evaluate the eligibility of donor and also organ, proceed with harvesting and also transplantation. So in general, that at least there are 5 organizations that will involve in this process. Number 1 is transplant hospital and also donor hospital. Number 2 is Komite Transplantasi Nasional. The third is Jejaring Transplantasi Nasional or GTN. The next is TNPO, and the last is Laboratorium for Immunology Examination. This is the list of transplant center distributed in all provinces in Indonesia. Majority in Java and Sumatra, and also 2 centers in Sulawesi. At the moment, we don't have a center of transplant at the Kalimantan, Papua, Maluku, and also Nusa Tenggara. So there, for the beginning, there are 2 dedicated center for heart center and also lung center. The heart center is Rumah Sakit Jantung Harapan Kita, and also the lung center is Rumah Sakit Persahabatan. The Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital will be focused for multi-organ transplantation. And the last data that we have then from Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital that they can perform kidney transplant almost 1,260. Liver transplant was 103. The cornea transplant 12, and potential disease donor 1 cases on December 2025. The first or potential donor was from Harapan Kita Hospital on October 2024. So the next slide explain about the National Organ Transplant Network or the Jejaring Transplant Nasional GTN. This is still new concept, and hopefully in the next upcoming regulation, we can see this organization mentioned in as a part of our transplantation organ and donation. The the National Transplantation Many Disease Donor Candidate. Our activity are coordination between the healthcare facility providing the transplantation service and hospital. They also have a responsibility to prepare an assignment of procurement team. They also have a responsibility for preparation of transportation and logistic for organ in every transplant hospital. The other relative activity, including they have to give this training for the organ procurement team in every hospital. This is the character in our regulation, the characteristic of hospital OPO, or we call it team management procurement organ. The TMPO, or team management procurement organ, has clinical, managerial, research, and training function. They will do the comprehensive and collaborative between hospital resources to increase the number of potential donor in hospital, transplant hospital. We know there are two models of procurement team in that usually recognized. The first model is US model, and the second one is Spanish model. After we discuss and also have a specific meeting, so I think we choose the Spanish model as part of our hospital organ procurement organization. And it's already written in our regulation that we choose the hospital OPO or TMPO as part of our organization in donation and transplantation organ. So beside the regulation and also the organization, preparation for medical staff is very important. With the objective to standardize the resources, we have attended some symposium or seminar or workshop. For example, we have attended the Transplant Procurement Management Advanced International Training course in Spain. We also attend the International Organ Donation Congress. And through the networking and also collaboration, there are also some clinicians and nurses visiting CODA Lab and National Taiwan University Hospital for training. We also hold the internal cadaveric workshop focused on harvesting multi-organ supervised by staff from National Taiwan University Hospital. The next slide, this slide explains, even though we didn't hold the public campaign in the large scale until now, but we have started to promote and campaign in a small community. And we initiate the registration process inside hospital for the person who like to become a donor. This process continues with the making of donor registry at the hospital level. This registry is a simple form, but hopefully the next it can be upgraded to the national level for brain death registry. We also distributing a brochure for the family of the candidate and offering discussion for the other member of family or community. Okay. Organ allocation and distribution is complex process with also the substantial ethical issue. That's why our criteria was proposed by a team of experts, continue, discussed and approved by the Comité Transplantasi Nasional, and then the next is ratification by the Ministry of Health. In the final point is that this allocation distribution criteria will be distributed to all stakeholders, including public. So the public should know the criteria for allocation, sharing, and distribution of organ. This is a pathway for organ allocation criteria in general, and the detail will be specific for each organ, including the left. On the left side, this is draft for allocation criteria for the heart. They use the scoring system. This allocation criteria for heart proposed by our colleague from Harapan Kita Hospital. They incorporate 5 components. One of them is use of ventricle assist device, the age of the patient, and also the waiting time. So basically, in the beginning, we like to create our allocation and distribution of organ are simple as possible, visible, but transparent, accountable, and open for supervision or scrutiny. The next slide. Okay. I think this is the last slide. These are some issues that we think is important, urgent in order to achieve our disease donor program implemented. Then also in line with the principle of ethics and international practices. For example, we have to increase awareness to hospital staff and also public at large. We have to maintain the political support, funding, and also long-term commitment. We have to conduct the staff training for Hospital Organ Procurement Organization, or TMPO. We have to develop and strengthen the organization, focus on Organ Transplant Network, or GTN, and also Organ Exchange Organization at the national level. Our target is to establish the national registry for organization and also developing the transplantation information system. We also to have developed a guideline, protocol, standard of procedure that should be accepted by the clinician. And regarding the financial issue, we will discuss about the reimbursement process with the National Health Insurance Program, or BPJS. And like we did today, we have to make collaboration with international organization. So as conclusion, we have developed our disease organ donor transplantation, and like many other countries, it will require close coordination, collaboration, strong support, and also long-term commitment from all stakeholders, including clinician, transplant hospital, Ministry of Health, Comité Transplantasi Nasional, BPJS, and also from the public. This is the data that we can share from Comité Transplantasi Nasional. Hopefully, it can give the initial information regarding the progress of disease donor donation and organ transplantation. Finally, many thanks for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Aris Perdana. Now we were going to move to the next session, but first.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Aris. Hopefully that we can meet another occasion. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to other agenda that I see that you feel maybe a little bit sleepy. But before that, I think we would like to make a short break. So everyone please stand up because we have a stretching together by watching our video. So everyone, could you please stand up? And we have the stretching moment to refresh your body and also your mind from this seminar and workshop. Well, everyone ready? Our video ready? Okay. Okay, please everyone follow the signature of this dance, yeah? The video is our traditional dance to stretch our body and mind. It could refresh our sleepiness. Okay, everyone, move your body over your hand.
Kaki melangkah hingga berdekat, cantik dan anggun, senyum memotong garis lain, tanjak bertanda, tanpa berasa langkah berpudar, menyusun derang, puncak berseni, menjeling darah di ekor mata, terpaut rasa oi dalam hati. Alun beralun, air menuding alun, irama lama tinggal sejarah. Janganlah canggung, hai untuk mengalun, lagu rasa bila
Okay, just would like to highlight this is the overview of the heart transplantation in the world. Actually, a lot of heart transplant done, but if you're looking at this data showing that the North America is more than in Europe and other part of the countries. Over the past 10 years, I think that in US it's more than 4,000, right? I think over the past 3 years, it's more than 4,000, but this one showing is about 3,000 something. And then followed by the European countries and then some Asian countries as well. But the most important thing should be noted that the success rate have improved over the past 10 years, and the medical technology, and as well as for the post-transplantation care. I think that it has already delivered by Dr. Aris previously. Based on the legal basis, we have the law number 17, is Undang-Undang 2023, which is also, we have the government regulation number 53 regarding the transplanted organ and body tissues. But I will skip these ones, except for the problems regarding to the donor regulation. This is the most important thing for heart transplantations. Previously, Dr. Aris mentioned about the national organization, organ transplantation networking. This is the most important thing to compile of the data of the donors in Indonesia. Okay, I just would like to highlight, how about the heart transplantation program in Indonesia? Previously, Dr. Aris from National Transplantation Committee highlighted about kidney transplants as well as liver transplants. We have 17 centers for the kidney transplantation, 2 liver transplant centers, but for cardiac, just only 1, which is previously approved by the National Committee. The thing is, the National Heart Transplant established only in the major hospital owned by the government, but there is no special heart transplanted surgeons in Indonesia. I just wondering whether Dr. Dudi is here. He's the only one approved by the the committee, because he has trained in Germany for more than 10 years for the heart transplantations. And then another important things, so far there is no other heart transplants done in Indonesia. Actually, we have planned to have the first heart transplantation last year. But unfortunately, this is a very good candidate for heart transplantation. This is 40-something, relatively young patient. But due to the medical problems and to decide whether or not this is brain death, that's very difficult. Then iterated, then we cancel off the organ transplantations. Here we have Professor Bambang is the expert in heart failure. Noted that in Indonesia we have about 5% of patients, 5% of patients with heart failure. But you should mind that in Indonesia we have 280 million populations. 5% is higher actually. Then the problems now, all of the patients with the heart failure programs, the current solution should be two things: medical treatment, including the optimal medical treatments, or they did the surgery, angioplasty, or left ventricle assist device, LVAD. Or the other thing should be decided as the last resort is heart transplantations. So how about the challenges in our country? Number one, of course, based on regulatory. Of course, lack of standard regulations. Even previously, Dr. Aris mentioned about national organ networking, but it doesn't work at all. Because so far, the most important thing for us, how to persuade the donors, especially for the heart. It's not easy. So we learned from the Taiwan and some other country. They have very established the national organ networking systems. And this is Another problem is regarding to complex approvals and long waiting times for the patient and hospital. We have a lot of patients, a good candidate for recipient, but not for donors. And then, of course, another problems regarding to the low ethical concerns surrounding the organ donations. Just remind that in Indonesia, this is a Muslim country. This actually happened in Malaysia about 20 years ago when they started in 1997 from the heart transplantation organ. Some rejection from based on the religion consideration, but after that they got approval from the Muslim community and the authorization from the based on the religions. Now I think that I should skip this one. Donor shortage, yes, that's very. It is not easy to persuade the donor for the heart transplantation organ. There are two options. Some other country they call it opt-in, meaning that everybody would like to donor his heart, they should actively register to the national teams. And another kind of this is what we call opt-out, like in Spain. Everybody should be donor his organ unless he should write letters as he don't want to do, right? So this is a big problem for us. And if you're looking at this cardiac transplants pathway, so of course we have to build ad hoc teams, right? To check the term and eligibility. I think the National Transplantation Committee has already this one of ad hoc teams, advocacy team, external team, transplantation team. But if you're talking about the cardiac, of course, we should discuss about the cardiac transplantations should be divided into two, the harvesting team and also the transplantation teams. And the most important thing is pre-operative, intraoperative, and post-operative management. It's not easy. So I think that I should skip this one. It has already delivered by Dr. Aris. This is very important for us. I don't want to make a comment regarding to the national health insurance, whether they cover or not. But if we're looking at data, previously they just mentioned, they just cover this one. And the total amount of to cover this one is similar to the kidney transplantations and liver transplantations. So we calculate this one, it's not enough. It's only 400 million rupiah, let's say, for the class 1. It's not enough for the heart transplantation. It's okay for the kidney transplantation, but not for the heart transplantations. I think we should revise this kind of regulations. Otherwise, we cannot do this. We cannot run these heart transplantations. As you see that the universal heart coverage just only covered 98.1, I think, of Indonesian populations, and only provide access to general cardiac access, not for heart transplantations or left ventricle assist device. We cannot find any items who cover the LVAD. Okay, I just would like to highlight why we invite Professor Bambang here as the expert of heart failures. If we're talking about the heart failure programs, you will talking about the advanced heart failure clinics. You mentioned about the LVAD, left ventricle assist device. This may be for bridging therapy or definitive therapy. And last but not least, the last resort should be heart transplantation program. So we did both the first advanced heart failure clinic as well as for LVAD. We did the LVAD case, I think, a couple of months ago. The question is, are you ready to do a heart transplantation program in Indonesia? Actually, we did this one since almost 8 years ago. We started this one. Of course, if you are talking about the heart failure, you should meet the guideline. So we meet the guideline. I think Dr. Bambang, Professor Bambang, we mentioned that we got 3 kind of the acknowledged from the American Heart Association, from the Seal of Bronze, silver, and last but not least, we got a gold. Meaning that it is meet with the American Heart Association criteria. And we have teams willing to do that. And if you're looking at the hospital rating, our hospital, we got the 4 stars. It's not from us. It's from the Newsweek and Statista. I think that over the past 2 years, we got classified as the best specialist hospital in 2023 and 2025. So we start this one. This program is, I think, 8 years ago. We have internal team meeting, including the cardiac surgeon, anesthesiologist, intensivist, the cardiologist, and supporting specialists. And then, of course, we discussed with the Ministry of Health and the National Committee of the transplantations. Then, interestingly, last year, 2024, and by the early of 2025, we have a good candidate actually for the multi-organ donor, relatively young patients who has declared to donor his heart and lung and liver and kidney as well. But unfortunately, this kind of patient is, we aborted this kind of the heart transplantation due to deteriorated patients with the infections. So actually, we start these programs by developing a teams. We have the cardiac transplantation training on cadavers such as like that, and then doing it with the animal lab. I think Dr. Dudi and team has already doing this one. Then benchmarking is very important, including our colleagues from the Utah. But previously we have a good collaboration with UCLA. We noted which centers with the highest total numbers of the heart transplantation. At the time, we noted that the Cedars-Sinai and UCLA is the highest one in US. It's more than 100. Then followed by some other centers. Then, so after that, we discussed the Cleveland Clinic whether or not they interested in to benchmarking for heart transplantation. But if you're looking at the data, the last data, showing that the Cedars-Sinai, UCLA should be the highest compared to the Cleveland or Mayo Clinic. Then we signed MOU with the UCLA, I think 2022, right? Yes, 4 years ago. And then it's focused on the heart failure program, especially for the LVAD and the heart transplantations. So they come several times to assess, and based on the assessment, should be good, right? Should be meet with the criteria. Now, but before that, 2 years before that, we signed an MOU with the NTUH. Why NTUH? This is the highest total number of the heart transplantations in Asia, 120 at the time, even right now. In Asia, I think there's number one is National Taiwan University Hospitals, and then followed by some other hospitals. But this one is the highest one. So that's why we discussed with them, and they have some teams, cardiac transplantation teams coming with us, and we have discussed with the heart transplant and LVAD symposium 3 times, I think, in Jakarta. Then our team has already trained in NTUH for several times, including including some other hospitals as well, the cardiac surgery. Then at least it's starting 2021. They agreeable. At the time, the consideration why? Because they could come, the proctoring could come, they can visit our hospital within 6 hours from Taiwan to Jakarta. If they say we have a very, very urgent cases, they will come within 6 hours. So we did this one. We make the committee in Harapan Kita. The teams has already settled. And we have 2 teams. There's the harvesting team as well as for the transplantation team as well. Then the physician from the National Transplant Committee approved. They just only approve only Harapan Kita because we have all of the source, all of the expert, as well as the all of the device they needed. We provide everything. So the question is, our minister asking why you cannot do the first heart transplant. It's not as easy. Technically, we can do it. Dr. Dudi has a 10 years experience in heart transplantation in, is that the, what is your center in Germany? The Munsters. He did a lot of case, and some other doctors also train very well. But the thing is, regarding to the donor pursuing, how to find a donor, how to pursue donors is very, very critical. So what is the conclusion over the past 15 minutes? Number one, we should emphasize that Indonesia is the beginning stage, establishing heart transplantation programs. Number two, organ donor systems, especially organ procurement organizations, should be established in national level, right? And we should involving all of the stakeholders and supporting regulations of organ transplantation, especially is coming from the we call it the Islamic religions community, as well as from the MOE. We need the approval from them, as well as that it has already been in Malaysia. And last but not least, reimbursement issue is very crucial. As you has already known that the previous mentioned by the BPJS director, it just only cover 400 million. It is not enough. It is just only cover for the kidney transplantation, not for heart. We calculating is 4 times like that. Then I think, to be honest, we would like to propose to the Ministry of Health in terms of the reimbursement issue, because this regulation is based and then under the Ministry of Health. But before that, we also should be discussed about the LVAD program for the national program, as well as that they will cover both LVAD and heart transplantation programs in order to run the national program of the heart transplantation. I think that the last slide should be, well, I think that I have the last slide with the video, but never mind. If you have any question, I would like to answer this one. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? We just open one questions only for Mr. Dr. ini. Ada pertanyaan Bapak dan Ibu? Okay.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm sure we're going to learn more about some of the challenges. You mentioned opt-in and opt-out. So what is it going to be?
There is no any regulation yet, but I think the opt-in should be applied in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Meaning that the person who would like to donor his organ, they should actively register to the National Organ Transplantation Networking System. I think this is opt-in. I just noted only Spain who has the opt-out, isn't it? Qatar and Singapore. All of the people should be donor his organ. Otherwise, he should sign that he don't want to, or he or she don't want to donor his organ.
So we, this is my driver's license. So when you get a driver's license in the United States, you have to decide whether to participate in organ donation or not. And that might be a nice mechanism for the general population, maybe just for people that drive all the motorcycles around here, the screws.
Oh, that's good.
But that's one of the things that's done in the United States to help try to enhance organ donation. And it's fundamentally an opt-in, because if you're unable to make a decision for yourself after a traumatic event, you've already signed up. So it's something to consider.
Is it stated on your driver license that you are?
Yes.
You wanted to donor this one, right? Donor
Yes,
organ? All good. Good.
Don't kill me because I'm still need my organs.
Okay.
But if you do, I'm ready to give.
Well, thank you very much anyway. That's a good idea.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Iwan Dakota, such a great presentations.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the most important moment for today, we would like to kindly ask for your attention to the screen. We're going to play another video.
Sehat adalah hak mendasar bagi setiap manusia. Namun, bagi sebagian orang, kesehatan menjadi tantangan besar saat harus berhadapan dengan salah satu penyakit paling mematikan di dunia, kanker. Berdasarkan data WHO, Indonesia mencatat lebih dari 408.000 kasus baru, dengan angka kematian mencapai 242.000 jiwa akibat kanker. Saat ini, Indonesia menempati posisi tertinggi kasus kanker di wilayah ASEAN. Beban ini memberikan tekanan fisik, emosional, dan finansial yang luar biasa bagi keluarga pasien. Oleh karena itu, akses terhadap diagnosis dini dan perawatan berkualitas adalah kunci untuk meningkatkan harapan hidup. Sebagai wujud nyata kepedulian, Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin Palembang menghadirkan Gedung Onkologi Terpadu, sebuah pusat layanan kanker dalam satu atap yang mengintegrasikan layanan komprehensif dan promotif, preventif dan kuratif, hingga layanan paliatif. Kekuatan utama kami terletak pada dedikasi para ahli. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin bangga memperkenalkan seluruh jajaran ahli onkologi kami, para pejuang medis yang berdiri di garis depan dalam memberikan perawatan presisi dan berbasis bukti bagi setiap pasien. Dengan standar penataan gedung yang modern dan sumber daya manusia yang unggul, kami siap menghadirkan pelayanan optimal. Hari ini, langkah besar diambil. Melalui sinergi internasional bersama Utah University, RSMH Palembang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan kualitas riset, teknologi, dan edukasi di bidang onkologi. Langkah ini bukan sekedar seremoni, melainkan upaya bersama untuk memberikan harapan baru bagi setiap pejuang kanker agar bisa kembali sehat dan pulih. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin, your first choice.
Apa kabar? My name is Juan Carlos Negret, Director of Global Health at the University of Utah. It has been a pleasure to have Dr. Tondas with us this week, well, for the past 2 weeks, and during his observership and training, and we congratulate him and the Mohammed Hussein Hospital in the inauguration of the practice of their oncology cardiology unit. It has been a pleasure to participate in this in one way or another, and we hope to continue this collaboration in the future.
Hi, my name is James Fang. I'm Professor and Chief of Cardiovascular Medicine here at the University of Utah, and also the Executive Director of our Cardiovascular Service line. I would like to congratulate the Mohammed Hussein Hospital on starting the very first cardio-oncology program in the country of Indonesia. We've really enjoyed having Alex Tondas here from your country, and one of our faculty members, Anwar Tandar, is Indonesian, and we're glad that he's part of our faculty. This year will be my last year serving as president of the Heart Failure Society, but we really welcome any feedback or commentary or collaborations with our society and with our university. Again, congratulations on a job well done.
Hello, I'm Dr. Joseph Stelik. I'm a transplant and heart failure cardiologist at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. I'm also the president-elect of the International Society for Heart and Lung Transplantation. I was very happy to find that the Muhammad Hussein Hospital is starting a cardio-oncology program and a wider heart failure program. I would like to congratulate your team for this step, and I'm certain that all your patients will benefit from all the advanced treatments that improve quality of life and extend life in patients who suffer from heart failure. Best of luck in your endeavors.
Hi, my name is Anis Dowd. I'm one of the general cardiologists of the University of Utah and also one of the co-directors of the Cardio-Oncology Clinic. First of all, congratulations to Dr. Edo and the whole group for getting a cardio-oncology clinic set up at your hospital. It's a great endeavor and really an important way to help manage these complex patients. It's important that cancer patients receive as much care as they can, both for their cancer therapies, but also not forgetting the off-target effects, cardiovascular health and cardiovascular effects are important things to manage, and we're happy and glad to be able to help those patients at our hospital, and we hope you guys can set up the exact same kind of care at your institution as well.
Halo, apa kabar? Saya Anwar Tandar, Structural Cardiac Intervention Director di University of Utah, dan saya juga alumnus FK Unsri, dan saya rotasi saya di Rumah Sakit Umum Palembang atau sekarang yang dikenal sebagai Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein. Saya mau ucapkan selamat atas inaugurasi Cardio Oncology Program pertama di Indonesia yang berlokasi di Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein. Saya juga ucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada pimpinan Rumah Sakit Muhammad Hussein, terutama Dr. Ibu Siti Kalimah dan Dr. Tondas yang telah merintis program ini, dan saya sampaikan sukses dan semoga kerjasama kita bisa berkembang menuju program yang lebih baik untuk kita semua. Congratulations.
Let's give a big round of applause. Such a wonderful video. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we will now proceed to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding or MOU, that marking a formal commitment of collaboration between Muhammad Hussein Hospital and Utah University Hospital. May I kindly invite the representative of both parties to take their place for the signing ceremony. I would like to invite Dr. Siti Halimah, our CEO of Muhammad Hussein Hospital, and also Mr. Carlos from Utah Global University. And also we would like to invite Kepala Departemen Onkologi bersama dengan tim dokter dari onkologi untuk dapat mendampingi penandatanganan daripada kerjasama Memorandum of Understanding yang akan dilakukan oleh Ibu Dirut kita, Ibu Dr. Siti Halimah bersama dengan Carlos, Mr. Carlos. Mohon izin ditunggu dulu sebentar. Bapak dan Ibu, Kepala Departemen Onkologi untuk dapat mendamping bersama dengan tim dokter dari onkologi mendampingi di sisi kanan dan kiri. Oh, dan tentu juga kami turut mengundang perwakilan delegasi dari Pusat Kebijakan Strategis dan Tata Kelola Kesehatan Global. Mohon izin, we would like to invite also from the Health for Bilateral Cooperation Center for Global Health Policy from Ministry of Health. Mohon izin Ibu untuk dapat mendampingi dalam penandatanganan MOU kali ini. Mohon izin. Kepada teman-teman media, silakan untuk dapat didokumentasikan momen yang sangat berharga ini, baik foto ataupun video. Kami turut mengundang Dr. Edo untuk dapat mendampingi berfoto bersama. Maju ke depan, mohon izin Dr. Edo. Tim Utah also, we would like to invite the Utah team and also seluruh direksi Board of Director untuk dapat mendampingi sekaligus untuk dapat melakukan sesi foto bersama dalam momentum penandatanganan ini. Please give a big round of applause. Silakan Ibu untuk bersalaman bersama dengan Mr. Carlos dan silakan untuk didokumentasikan momen yang sungguh luar biasa ini. Baik, terima kasih. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat kembali ke tempat. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you so much for the signing of our MOU, for sure.
Okay, for the last session, we're going to hear a welcoming speech from Director of Clinical Services, Ministry of Health of Indonesia. That will be bring by Dr. Obrin Parulian MKes. Dr. Obrin will be connected through online method. Is he here already?
Mohon izin, apakah Dr. Obrin sudah terhubung? Baik.
Ya, selamat siang.
Suaranya belum terdengar.
Suaranya nggak terdengar. Bentar. Ya, apakah sudah terdengar?
Baik, Dr. Obrin, suara sudah terdengar.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sehat buat kita semuanya. First of all, I would like to extend my respectful greetings to the leadership of and management of Dr. Muhammad Husin Hospital, Palembang, to all the speakers and participants of the international seminar and workshop East Midwest Medical Week, esteemed academics, healthcare practitioner and legal practitioner, and also all participants to this event. Today, we are honored to convene the international seminar and workshop East Midwest Medical Week alongside the book launching of the legal foundation of heart transplantation in Indonesia. This important event is organized by Dr. Muhammad Husin General Hospital Palembang and brings together esteemed academics, healthcare practitioners, and legal practitioners with the support and participation of the provincial government of South Sumatra and the city government of Palembang. Ladies and gentlemen, heart transplantation is a complex advanced healthcare service that requires the strong legal certainty, comprehensive protection for both donors and recipients, as well as clear guarantees for the safety of healthcare professionals. Currently, the only hospital authorized to provide heart transplantation in Indonesia is the National Cardiovascular Center Harapan Kita Hospital. As of 2025, no heart transplant procedures have been performed, primarily due to the unavailability of the donors, particularly donors with brain death. In this context, the publication of this book is highly relevant as it aligns with the law number of 17 of 2023 on Health Indonesia atau Undang-Undang Kesehatan tahun 2023, which emphasize the strengthening of referral services transformation and the development of the national subspecialty services. With the increasing demand for heart transplantation due to the growing prevalence of end-stage heart failure, this book is expected to serve as a conceptual foundation for strengthening transparent, accountable, and equitable governance of heart transplantation, while preventing practices that contradict ethical principles and humanitarian values. Ladies and gentlemen, this book launching is therefore not only intended as an academic activity, but we hope also as a platform for policy advocacy to provide legal certainty and protection for donors, recipient, and healthcare professionals. Through this seminar and workshop, we aim to strengthen legal and ethical studies as the foundation for the implementation of heart transplantation. Foster an international scientific forum that brings together Eastern and West perspective and develop cross-disciplinary collaboration to support the implementation of the Undang-Undang 17 2023, particularly is transforming referral services and strengthening national subspecialty healthcare services. Bapak Ibu, izin sebelum saya tutup, saya mau membacakan sebuah pantun supaya tetap semangat ya, ini sekalian reuni pulang ke Palembang. Pergi berlayar menuju seberang. Angin sepoi mengiringi bahtera. Ilmu bertemu dalam satu ruang, menguatkan layanan kesehatan bagi semua. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Salam, Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you so much for Dr. O'Brien for your time. Hopefully that we can meet in other occasions.
And before we conclude this opening ceremony, we will proceed to the ceremonial book handover. On this occasion, we would like to invite the representative from the publisher, Raja Grafindo Press, and also Dr. Alexander Edo Tondas, and also Ibu Siti Halimah to the stage for this ceremonial book handover. Okay, for the next, Dr. Edo will hand over the book to the CEO of Muhammad Hussein Hospital.
Well, this is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, the handover from Dr. Edo Tondas to our CEO of Muhammad Hussein Hospital Director.
And this ceremonial handover reflects our shared commitment to advancing medical knowledge, strengthening academic culture, and also celebrating the 69th year legacy of Muhammad Hussein Hospital.
Well, ladies, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. And after this, before we go to the next agenda, we would like to have the documentation sessions. So please, buat teman-teman media yang akan mendokumentasikan, karena setelah ini kita akan sesi foto bersama. For all the participants who have still in our Zoom, could you please turn on your camera? And also for all the participants in this room, we would like to take the photo moment and photo sessions. Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama, jadi mohon untuk tetap di tempat karena akan dilakukan sesi foto oleh teman-teman media dari depan. Silakan kepada teman-teman media untuk dapat melakukan dokumentasi bersama. Baik, silakan teman-teman media. Seluruh tamu undangan tetap duduk di tempat karena ini akan difoto dari depan ke belakang bersama dengan tamu-tamu undangan lainnya. For all our participants who still in our online Zoom, please could you please turn your camera and then take a picture and or take a moment photo sessions. Okay, everyone ready? 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, I guess we need one more time. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, our signature, salam sehat. Ladies and gentlemen, please could you place your right hand close to your chest? It called as the healthy greetings. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we already have passed all the event for today. After this, we will have a break and then we will continue for the symposium. Thank you so much. We will come back again at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. And everyone, please enjoy the next agenda for having lunch. We would like to invite the Utah Hospital team to enjoy the lunch in our lunch room. Dan untuk seluruh partisipan akan mendapatkan nasi kotak. Silakan diambil di meja registrasi. Untuk partisipan silakan mengambil nasi kotaknya di meja registrasi dan kembali lagi ke dalam ruangan untuk mengikuti momen simposium 1 dan juga simposium 2 pada hari ini. Dan kepada seluruh tamu undangan yang kami hormati, untuk dapat menikmati makan siang yang telah disediakan oleh tuan rumah tentunya. Kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta seminar, silakan mengambil nasi kotak yang berada di meja registrasi dan kembali lagi ke ruangan ini karena kita masih memiliki sesi simposium 1 dan 2. Oke, boleh diajak teman-temannya yang lain yang masih mungkin berada di Bangsal ataupun di Poli, silakan untuk hadir dalam simposium 1 dan 2.
Kesehatan adalah sesuatu yang berharga. Menjaga kesehatan yang baik adalah bentuk rasa syukur. Kesehatan yang baik bukanlah sesuatu yang dapat kita beli, namun sesuatu yang dapat menjadi tabungan yang sangat berharga.
Selamat datang di Rumah Sakit Umum Muhammad Husin.
Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin Palembang telah mengabdi dan melayani masyarakat dalam pelayanan kesehatan sejak tahun 1957. Dengan total 927 tempat tidur dan dukungan dari 2.682 SDM yang terdiri dari berbagai unsur, semakin menunjukkan eksistensi Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin sebagai rumah sakit terbaik di Sumatera. Terletak di lokasi strategis Kota Palembang, Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin menjadi rujukan nasional untuk Sumatera bagian selatan dan merupakan rumah sakit dengan unggulan jantung terpadu dan onkologi terpadu. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin dilengkapi dengan fasilitas penunjang layanan medis dengan teknologi terkini. Menjadi pilihan utama Anda dalam pelayanan kesehatan adalah tagline Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin dalam memberikan pelayanan paripurna kepada masyarakat. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin menyediakan layanan rawat jalan reguler dan eksekutif dengan layanan klinik unggulan berupa klinik estetika, MCU stroke, klinik nyeri terpadu, dan klinik geraha buah hati. Rumah sakit juga secara eksklusif menyediakan layanan rawat inap di geraha eksekutif mulai dari kelas VIP, VVIP, dan Presiden Suite. Dengan didukung tim pelayanan kesehatan dari berbagai disiplin ilmu yang profesional, dokter spesialis dan subspesialis, Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin memiliki layanan penunjang radiologi modern seperti CT scan, MRI, radioterapi, serta layanan laboratorium terkini. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin Palembang menjadi rumah sakit pengampu regional untuk 10 penyakit prioritas di wilayah Sumatera bagian selatan dengan wilayah kerja Sumatera Selatan, Bangka Belitung, Lampung, Jambi, dan Bengkulu. Sebagai rumah sakit pendidikan, Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin turut serta dalam pelaksanaan transformasi layanan kesehatan dengan berpartisipasi dalam mewujudkan clinical research unit. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin juga menjadi pusat pendidikan dengan menjadi rumah sakit pendidikan utama FK Unsri, pendidikan fellowship, dan berbagai pelatihan internal maupun eksternal yang terakreditasi. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin tidak pernah puas dalam pengembangan layanan kesehatan bagi masyarakat. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan bertambahnya layanan rawat jalan, pembangunan gedung rawat inap standar KRIS, serta pembangunan gedung layanan onkologi terpadu dengan SDM dan fasilitas penunjang terkini.
Menjadi pilihan utama dalam layanan kesehatan, Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin siap menjadi Asian Class Hospital dengan unggulan layanan jantung terpadu dan onkologi terpadu.
Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan kesehatan terbaik bagi Anda dan keluarga. Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin, your first choice.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan segera memulai sesi simposium kita. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start our first of symposium that would be about Cardio Oncology East Midwest seminar. And our moderator today we have Dr. Taufik Indrajaya, SPPD KKV Finasim, that he was graduated from Erlangga University and also joining the fellowship electropsychology and pacing at Singapore. And our second moderator or co-moderator that we have Dr. Emalinda Kurnia, specialist THT BKL, that she was graduated from Sriwijaya University and also fellowship facial plastic from Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital, Jakarta. And for our moderator, Dr. Taufik and also Dr. Emalinda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Terima kasih yang kami hormati Direktur Utama SMA beserta jajaran, juga tamu senior yang kami hormati, utamanya guest speakers from abroad. We welcome you to join this first symposium session. We talk about cardio-oncology East Midwest, exactly Southeast, Southeast Palembang, Indonesia. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Seminar and Workshop East Midwest Medical Week held in Commerce in this 69th anniversary of Muhammad Hussein General Hospital. I and Dr. Melinda will guiding this session. This scientific meeting represents more than a celebration of international history. It reflects our shared commitment to advancing healthcare through international collaboration, multidisciplinary integration, and harmonization of global medical standards. The theme is Midwest highlight the synergy between regional expertise and international experience, fostering knowledge exchange that ultimately benefit patient care, education, and research. This first symposium session, Cardio-Oncology East Midwest, will present you multidisciplinary perspective from cardiology, oncology, and psychiatry on integrated patient management, followed by an academic discussion next. Cardio-oncology has rapidly evolved as an essential field in modern medicine, addressing the complex interaction between cardiovascular disease and cancer therapy. As survival rates improve in oncology, the need for collaborative cardiovascular care becomes increasingly important. This session highlights how multidisciplinary and international cooperation can improve outcomes for patients facing both cardiac and oncologic challenges. And in this session, we will hear perspectives from cardiology, oncology, and psychiatry, emphasizing that comprehensive care extends beyond disease treatment alone and must also consider long-term cardiovascular risk, treatment-related complications, and psychological well-being. Then we are honored to have distinguished experts from both international and local institutions will share the knowledge and experience in developing collaborative cardio-oncology service. Without further delay, let us begin the first presentation. I will ask Dr. Melinda to read the.
Okay, let me introduce Dr. Prof. Joseph Terling first, a medical doctor, Master of Public Health, Professor of Medicine of the University of Utah School of Medicine. There are many education from him, 1990 until 1999, medical doctor, first faculty of medicine, Charles University Prague, 1997 until 2000, residency in internal medicine, Allegheny General Hospital, MCP, Hahnemann University, Pittsburgh. And then 2002, 3. Master of Public Health, Harvard School of Public Health, Boston. There are many fellowship, 2000 until 2004. There are many professional experience, and there are many professional and scientific committees. Without further delay, let us begin to Prof. Joseph Stehlik, Medical Master of Public Health.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's great to be here, and I will not be talking for long because I will be transitioning to another speaker, our Director of Cardio Oncology, but I wanted to make a few remarks to start with here. And, as I was reflecting on this morning, what we were talking about, it became very apparent, even though we talked about several different topics, is that our goal is the same, and that is to get better and do more and expand what we can do. And that's why I'm very happy to see the medical students in the back here as well, who will be the next generation of physicians taking our health systems to the next level. And that is our focus at the University of Utah as well. And Juan Carlos mentioned that we have a very big focus on quality of care and patient experience. And for the past 15 years, we've been a leading healthcare system in the United States in quality of care. This is jumping a little bit. I will not go through all this, but I think when we look into the future, the past is very important as well. So just as what we heard about what has happened in Indonesia in the healthcare system and program delivery, for us, this is very important as well. And so talking specifically about delivering cardiovascular care and oncology care at the University of Utah, some of the milestones in the past we are very proud of. And that is being the place where Dr. Kolf spent many years. He's the inventor of hemodialysis and later intra-aortic balloon pump and total artificial heart. Our mechanical circulatory support has been very busy over the years. And as has been our heart transplant program, which is a big focus of the symposium. And last year, we've hit 2,000 heart transplants performed at the Utah Cardiac Hospital Consortium. Now, just as like you, we saw your map of delivering care to patients in your province and beyond. We are also very focused on delivering high quality of care to patients in our region, and we have a number of partner hospitals. But because of the high level and subspecialized care we provide, here we can also show you patients that come to the University of Utah from many other states in the United States. Most of them, of course, from the Intermountain West in the western part of the United States, but you can see that many patients choose to come to have care at our institution. And I think that's the aspiration of the Indonesian system to provide the care to your region and beyond your region, and not to have your patients feel like they need to go somewhere else to receive great care. We've talked about education. We are very happy we are here. And Juan Carlos has mentioned a little bit as well, that we've collaborated with many programs internationally, finding areas where we can help each other to advance the goals of our institutions. And of course, why that all is possible is the teams. We talked at lunch about the need not only for individuals to have excellent skills, but to really have the organizational support to provide, to form teams and provide care. And that's why it's great we have not only clinicians here in this room, but also directors of hospitals, the national healthcare system, the insurance, the ministry joining us, because that is very important for us. This is the clinician team providing heart failure services at the University of Utah. But of course, we have our management team, and what's extremely important, and I know there are many nurses in this room as well, nursing support and support from all the other aspects of our teams. So I know we will be talking about cardiac oncology, and I'm very happy actually that we are not only focusing on a heart transplant, which is an aspirational goal to get to, but we are talking about a wider delivery of care with patients with cardiovascular oncology disease. And so for us in our wider heart failure program, and this is many years back now, we've decided it's very important to establish subspecialty teams with the expertise to deliver the care with different types of patients. So one of those teams is cardio oncology. That's what we will be talking about today. But over the next couple of days, we'll be talking about also delivering care to patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and inherited cardiomyopathies, which I'm sure is a very relevant problem for Indonesia as well, about cardiac amyloidosis, cardiac sarcoidosis, And of course, we have our LVAD and transplant program that we will be talking about as well. Now, one of the reasons we decided to come back here, because we heard about the 2 visits that we had, Dr. Edo and the team, your hospital's team, to the University of Utah, and became obvious that this is not just a visit, but that just a start of new collaboration, and that really new things will happen on both sides as a result of it. And one of the things that has happened here is that the cardio oncology clinic has already been happy. And so I would like to introduce our next speaker, who's in charge of the cardio oncology clinic at the University of Utah, which is Dr. Roberta Florido. I don't know if you have a slide for Dr. Roberta Florido too, that you'll be introducing her chairs. Can we switch maybe to Dr. Florido's?
I'm happy to share my slides as well from my computer. Let me see if I can do. Oh.
Welcome, Roberta, and thank you very much for staying up late at night in Salt Lake City to deliver an address to this great group of people here.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, the organizers, for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm glad Dr. Stelic and Tandar are there to represent our group. I am having trouble sharing my slides.
Maybe we need to stop sharing mine first and then see.
Let's see.
Dr. How do you like my batik?
I love it. And or send me some videos to share with the group. All right. So, well, thank you again for having me. My name is Roberta Florido. I'm faculty here at the University of Utah, and I split my time between cardio-oncology and advanced heart failure, along with Dr. Stelic. And I have the task today of talking a little bit about our cardio-oncology program. And as mentioned, I hope this is the beginning of many collaborations between both of our institutions. So I'll go over some slides with a brief overview in our program and some of our patient volumes, spend a little bit more time going over some of our approaches related to our top referring diagnoses, including HER2 inhibitor cardiotoxicity, anthracycline cardiotoxicity, and immune checkpoint inhibitor myocarditis, and then spend some time on some potential future directions and opportunities for collaborations. So these are the providers in our team. Anise Dowd and I created this program about 3 years ago, so it's relatively recent, and co-lead it. And within the last year, we were joined by Katie Kovach and Zach Singh, who are 2 advanced practice providers that have really helped grow our program and clinical volumes. We also have a fantastic support team. Melissa Lewis is a very passionate nurse that helps us with a lot of the patient communication. She does a lot of medication titration after our clinic visits. She helps facilitate a lot of the patient tests. She also tracks our clinical volumes and referrals. And then Jamie and Jen are our program specialists. They help facilitate our triage meetings. As you all know, in cardio-oncology, a lot of what we do is about getting the patients in clinic within a timely manner so that they can continue with their life-saving cancer treatments. They also facilitate a lot of the test scheduling, obtaining medical records from various institutions from which we receive referrals. We currently have clinics at 2 hospitals. So the Huntsman Cancer Institute is a large cancer hospital across from the University of Utah Hospital. In addition to having our cardio-oncology clinics there, we also have the availability to provide EKGs and cardiac monitors, as well as perform echocardiography. And then I have my clinic at the main hospital at the University of Utah, where we have all cardiovascular services. As I mentioned, timely review of our referrals and getting those patients in clinic is crucial in cardio-oncology. And so in order to do that, we conduct weekly triage meetings where all of our providers and support team are a part of. Our goal is to review all of our referrals within 1 week of receiving them, and we, for the most part, have been successful with that. At this time, we have 5 full-day clinic sessions per week, as I outlined here, that are spread between our multiple providers. And from an educational standpoint, we have a quarterly educational webinar that is multi-institution. It's actually all the cardio-oncology institutions in our region, which includes the University of Utah, University of Washington in Seattle, St. Luke's, Boise, and more recently, we were joined by the University of Colorado group. And this is a webinar that is actually sponsored by the American College of Cardiology. A little bit about our volumes. So in 2025, we received a total of 341 referrals. We would like to see all of those patients, but at this time, we do not have the bandwidth. So we have been focusing on the patients that really have a need to see a cardio-oncology specialist. Those are patients that are actively receiving cardiotoxic cancer therapies or who are survivors in need for specialized care. So as you can see here, we had to refer some of those patients back within our group. About 53 patients had to be seen by general cardiology or other subspecialists, and a couple of those patients we were able to manage by just directly communicating with the referral providers. But despite that, we were able to conduct a total of 586 clinic visits, and of those, 207 were new patient visits. And this overall represents a 45% growth in our program and our clinical volumes between 2024 and 2025. Shifting gears a little bit, we are just starting to track our referral diagnosis. So this is kind of a gross list of some of the patients that we see. I think the main reason for referral to our program is HER2 inhibitor cardiotoxicity. We see a lot of those patients, in particular patients with breast cancer. We have at the University of Utah a large multiple myeloma group that frequently will refer their patients to us because of coexisting cardiovascular disease, and also patients with undifferentiated dyspnea, frequently to rule out amyloidosis. We also have a large group of prostate cancer providers and patients, and with the increasing awareness that those patients tend to die more frequently from cardiovascular disease than from their prostate cancers, we have a lot of referrals for either risk stratification or management of coexisting cardiovascular disease. We see a lot of patients with dysautonomia post-chemotherapy or bone marrow transplant. We do quite a bit of survivorship care. We actually partner with our children's hospital and see survivors of childhood and early adult cancers. Of course, we see anthracycline toxicity. We manage quite a bit of TKI and VEGF inhibitor-induced hypertension and other vascular toxicities. There's a lot of atrial fibrillation in general during cancer therapy. We conduct visits for pre-bone marrow transplant and pre-CAR T risk stratification. We have one of the largest neuroendocrine tumor groups at the University of Utah. So I see actually a lot of carcinoid heart disease. Every once in a while, we'll get a fluoropyridine-associated coronary vasospasm, cyclin-dependent kinase inhibitor-associated cardiac dysfunction, and then more rarely, but very serious cases of immune checkpoint inhibitor-associated myocarditis. So HER2 inhibitors, as you all know, have really revolutionized the care of breast cancer patients that are HER2 positive, which is a more aggressive form of breast cancer that previously carried a poor prognosis. The older medications were the monoclonal antibodies, trastuzumab and pertuzumab. And more recently, we have had the development of the small tyrosine kinase inhibitors that work on the intracellular domain of those receptors. And then the antibody drug conjugates that use the specificity of those monoclonal antibodies to deliver a cytotoxic payload to the cancer cells and are highly effective therapies, in particular for patients with metastatic breast cancer. Each of those therapies have a different potential for cardiotoxicity, trastuzumab and pertuzumab probably being the worst, with rates of 5 to 10% in patients that have not received prior anthracycline. And the more recent drugs, the antibody drug conjugates and the small molecule tyrosine kinase inhibitors having less potential for cardiotoxicity. Nonetheless, the signal for cancer therapy-related cardiac dysfunction showed up during the clinical trials for these drugs. And that led to the FDA labeling mandating routine cardiac surveillance with echocardiography for the duration of those therapies. When patients are receiving those therapies for the standard 1 year, they'll usually have echocardiography every 3 months, and that is aligned with the European Society of Cardiology guidelines and cardio-oncology. In patients that have metastatic disease, they may continue surveillance and will often spread that to every 6 months. Most frequently, we will get patients referred to us because they have had an asymptomatic drop in their ejection fraction to less than 50%. And this is mandated, and they will have their drugs interrupted, their cancer therapy interrupted, and then have an urgent referral to cardio-oncology. This happens again based on the FDA labeling of those medications that says that the drug should be interrupted for a minimum of 4 weeks, even in cases of asymptomatic cardiac dysfunction. However, we know that interruptions in HER2-targeted therapies are associated with poor overall survival as well as recurrence-free survival. We also know that the concept of permissive cardiotoxicity, where we allow patients to continue on their cancer therapies while introducing heart failure medications, is very applicable to this patient population, and that 86% of the patients will recover their ejection fractions even without interrupting their cancer therapies. And for the majority of patients that do recover their ejection fractions, their long-term prognosis is excellent. So based on this, the European Society of Cardiology actually came up with this algorithm that suggests that we try to avoid interruptions in cancer therapy, but rather continue it for patients that have mild changes in their ejection fractions and are asymptomatic, and just concomitantly introduce ACE inhibitors and beta blockers to allow recovery of the cardiac function. Katie Kovach and Melissa have been very passionate about this topic. They have worked on a algorithm for rapid implementation of heart failure medications in this patient population. And so once they are referred to us, we will frequently titrate ACE inhibitors and beta blockers rapidly, usually make a couple of those adjustments a week. And then within 2 to 4 weeks, get those patients at target doses of those medications and be able to repeat an echocardiogram with the intent of getting the patients back to their cancer therapies. They're also actively working on a project with our electronic medical records with prompts to our oncologists, reminding them of the indications to hold the cancer therapy and when not to do so in order to allow our patients to continue their life-saving cancer treatments. Shifting gears a little bit to anthracycline cardiotoxicity. So these are older medications that cause cardiac damage through a variety of mechanisms and in a dose-dependent manner. You can see here that the risk of cardiac dysfunction exponentially increases at higher doses. And I just put the red lines, which represent the doses that our patients with breast cancer and lymphoma will frequently receive. This risk seems to be higher within the first year of exposure to the medications. However, we know that in survivors of childhood and early adult cancer, there's a high burden of heart failure in middle age, so this risk seems to persist. Very important in this patient population is adequate risk stratification to allow for the implementation of cardioprotective therapies. We are working with Bryn, who's an APP within the hematology group, to incorporate the HFA-ICOS risk score into our electronic medical records to capture the patient's characteristics automatically and provide that information to all of our hematologists. This, as you know, is a validated risk stratification tool that has been really good in discriminating patients at low, moderate, high, and very high risk for cancer therapy-related cardiac dysfunction. And our goal with the implementation of this tool is to consistently get referrals of the patients who are at high and very high risk for cardiac dysfunction prior to initiation of therapy. What we would do with that information, well, one thing is enhance cardiac monitoring with echocardiography after each 2 cycles of chemotherapy. It would also allow us to implement cardioprotective medications. Those usually involve the use of ACE inhibitors and beta blockers. And not infrequently, we recommend the use of dexrazoxane or liposomal formulations for the patients who are at very high risk, in particular those with pre-existing cardiac dysfunction. We are also part of a clinical trial that is just starting. This is being led by Jenica Upshaw, who's at the Beth Israel in Boston, and is randomizing patients with a new diagnosis of lymphoma and pre-existing cardiac dysfunction into an arm that receives dexrazoxane, another arm for liposomal doxorubicin, or an observation arm where they either receive anthracycline-based therapies or an alternative regimen. So we're looking forward to this collaboration. Bryn is also working on a project for us to be able to obtain consistent echocardiography at the end of the treatment. We actually pulled a random sample of 30 patients from our institution and saw that we have a really poor adherence to those echocardiograms, and she's working on putting together a survivorship guide for all patients, all lymphoma patients, so that they can take to their primary cares to continue to follow their echocardiograms every 5 years. Lastly, immune checkpoint inhibitor-associated myocarditis. As you know, immune checkpoint inhibitors are monoclonal antibodies that target the T cell co-stimulatory signals and really enhance our immune system to conduct active cancer surveillance that is usually evaded by cancer cells. The problem is that by enhancing our immune system and overall T cell function, we generate autoimmunity. These are called immune-related adverse events that can affect pretty much any organ or system in the body. I outlined some of those immune-related adverse events here. In the heart, the most feared one is myocarditis. The incidence is low. It was previously thought to be less than 1%, though in the more recent series, some case series approach an incidence of 6%. Those are frequently for patients that are receiving dual therapy, dual immune checkpoint inhibitor therapy. Despite the low incidence, immune checkpoint inhibitor myocarditis is associated with a very high mortality, reaching 50% in those that have a severe presentation. The median onset is about 30 days from the first infusion. However, we know that these cases can occur several years after drug exposure. The most important thing in those cases is having a high index of suspicion and initiating very high doses of steroids within the first 24 hours of patient presentation. And we're talking about 500 milligrams to 1 gram of Solu-Medrol. And as I said, it needs to be given as soon as you see the patient at any suspicion for myocarditis. A big question in the field is when to escalate therapy beyond steroids. As you can see, different societies have different criteria. We have no prospective data to guide us on that. And a similarly important question is which agent to use in those situations. And here we're being guided mostly by case reports and at most case series, and we don't really know the answer to that. At our institution, we really follow the Javid Moslehi's prospective study that used abatacept with ruxolitinib for the management of immune checkpoint inhibitor-associated myocarditis for severe cases and cases that were refractory to steroids, and showed a marked reduction in mortality. Based on this, we actually created an internal institutional algorithm for patients that come in and have grade 4 myocarditis to receive upfront abatacept and ruxolitinib in addition to high doses of corticosteroids. We are also part of the Atrium clinical trial, which is a multi-center clinical trial being led by Tom Neeland, who's at the Mass General Hospital in Boston, in randomizing patients with immune checkpoint inhibitor myocarditis to upfront abatacept in addition to corticosteroids versus just standard of care. So some thoughts on what a structured cardio-oncology program means. And really we see this, the importance of the clinical growth as reflecting as an important research engine, and that clinical infrastructure really translates into research infrastructure. Some examples of that, so having centralized referral pathways with standardized referral diagnosis that can be tracked can create a clean phenotype-based patient cohort that can then be studied. Standardized surveillance protocols allow for uniform exposure and outcome definitions and reduce variability that limits frequently the retrospective studies. And then similarly, standardized risk stratification allow for the creation of natural cohorts for provincial trials that are ideal for the testing of cardioprotective strategies. And ultimately, this clinical growth allows for the participation in large multi-center clinical trials that will inform the field. I think this is my last slide. So thank you very much again for having me. Let me stop sharing.
Okay, very nice and complete presentation. I hope we are all understand. Yeah, next we will discuss about this oncology and cardio oncology. Thank you, Dr. Roberta Florida. Florida. Okay, next we call next speaker.
Next speaker is Dr. Norman Jamaluddin. Dr. Jamaluddin, please welcome. Dr. Norman will share the presentation about the oncology perspective about cardio-oncology collaboration. The time is yours. Before that, I will read his curriculum vitae of Dr. Norman. Dr. Norman Jamaluddin, SPPD, KHOM Finesim, Consultant of Hematology and Medical Oncology, Muhammad Husin Hospital. Education, 1988 is Medical Doctor, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sriwijaya Palembang. 2000, Specialist in Internal Medicine, Faculty of Medicine. 2010, Consultant in Hematology and Medical Oncology, Subspecialist, Fellowship, Finesim. There are many professional experience. There are many professional societies. Please welcome Dr. Norman. The time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you for my opportunity to join to this East Midwest medical program. My topic is about the cardio oncology program collaboration from oncologist perspective. We know in cardio oncology have been widely developed in US, but not in Indonesia. In Indonesia, until now, cardio oncology not become the main concern in our daily practice. So, if we talk about that, the data about the cardio oncology, probably we can found we can't record it properly because no data about this. Next, I want to present my presentation, but later I hope we can discuss about what steps should we make to increase the better treatment or outcome of our patient. So as introduction, cancer and cardiovascular disease is two leading causes of morbidity and mortality globally. And this condition increasingly recognized as to be fundamentally interconnected. Cancer and cardiovascular disease have bidirectional relationship. They sharing the same risk factor, the same mechanism, underlying inflammatory, and treatment-related toxicity. There is also term reverse cardiology, where patients with cancer are at high risk of developing cardiovascular disease, and patients pre-existing cardiovascular disease have increased risk of developing cancer. This is a relationship between cancer and cardiovascular disease. They share the same risk factor like lifestyle, food, exercise, smoking, obesity, hypertension, diabetes. Also, they have treatment-related complication. There is crosstalk, bidirectional between cancer and cardiovascular disease. This is the same risk factor. And this, the pharmacotherapy, the drug we use in cancer or in cardiovascular, drug in cancer will have a toxic effect to cardiac, but also a drug we use to treat the cardiac also have impact in carcinogenesis. Advancement of cancer treatment will increase life expectancy of a cancer patient, but also cancer medication can cause a cardiac issue which impact patient well-being and treatment outcome. So in long-time survivors, cardiac toxicity is the most feared side effect. The incidence of toxicity influenced by therapies, drug types, dosage, combination with other cardiotoxic drug or radiotherapy, and also to patient age, cardiovascular risk factor, and previous cardiovascular disease. So detection of cardiac injury is crucial since it may facilitate early therapeutic measures. This data from US, in 2020, maybe there is more than 18 million survivors from cancer, and still increase in 2040. Probably there is more than 26 survivors in cancer, and all these patients will facing the high risk of cardiovascular event. This figure told us about the cardiotoxic effect of chemotherapy and radiation treatment. Like this, in platinum-based therapy, cisplatin, antimetabolic, radiation will affect the coronary. Radiation itself can impact to pericardial disease, valvular disease, and also to coronary. Like HER2, proteasome inhibitor, anthracycline, alkylating agent also have impact to cardiomyocyte. What I want to say to you, to tell to you, if almost of this drug we use every day in our clinic. So actually we until now not give special concern, but almost all of this drug we use in our clinic here. This is a strategy to prevention and treatment of cardiotoxicity from baseline risk assessment, regular cardiac monitoring, cardioprotective medication, modified drug administration, exercise, early intervention, and the topic we will say today, about multidisciplinary cardio-oncology collaboration. This is a summary of certain studies who said that the survivor of cancer have increased risk of incident of cardiovascular disease compared to patient without cancer. What is the implication of cardiac toxicity in cancer patient? Number one is interruption or discontinuation of cancer therapy. Also, there is morbidity, physical and mortality. Also, there is psychological impact of severe comorbidity, reduced survival rate, and in long term, there is cardiovascular damage, yang irreversible cardiovascular damage in survivors. Nah, how about cardiology? Cardiology is a specialist field at the intersection of cardiology and oncology, focus on prevention, monitoring, and treating heart-related side effects caused by cancer therapies. Cardiology ensures patients receive optimal treatment, like chemo, immunotherapy, radiation, while protection heart from complication like heart failure, arrhythmia, and vascular disease. So a structure partnership between oncology and cardiology and other specialty will need in the future. Yeah. What oncologists need from cardiologists? Number one, we need a clear and rapid consult pathways. Yeah. We also need a practical recommendation, not just eco report, but also recommendation, practical recommendation and written. Yeah. Also guidance about safe threshold for continuing therapy, medication for cardioprotection, So also monitoring frequency and modality. Yeah. We also hope the cardiologists understand about the if interruption of cancer therapy will affect the survival of the patient. Ideally, cardiologists should know about the drug, know the risk, then know when it's okay to push or to stop the treatment. Yeah. Why collaboration is essential? In general, modern cancer therapy is cardiotoxic by design. Yeah. So clinical decision sometimes, often time sensitive. With collaboration, we'll have to keep patient on optimal cancer therapy. Avoid blanket discontinuation of effective drug because of fear. Distinguish reversibility or irreversibility of cardiac injury. So at the end, we can improve overall survival, not just cardiac metric. This is a model of cardio-oncology collaboration. There is what we call as a consultative model. Oncologists refer to cardiologists as needed. But in this model, sometimes consultation often delay, fragmented. Also reactive rather than preventive. Limitation of this model is a slow decision, inconsistent recommendation, and also treatment interruption. But the other model is cardio-oncology clinic. With this model, we dedicated cardio-oncology services. With this cardio-oncology clinic, we can also make a shared protocol. Rapid access, strengthen early risk stratification, can standardize surveillance, and faster decision. We can continue or we can hold the treatment. I try to make a case for you. 50-year-old woman with newly diagnosed luminal B breast cancer referred to cardio-oncology clinic prior to systemic therapy. Background oncology background breast cancer luminal B, ER positive, progesterone negative, HER2 negative, high Ka67. Plan to get anthracycline based chemo. After that, continue to taxane, and after that, endocrine therapy. From cardiovascular history, there is hypertension for 8 years. Coronary artery disease, PCI 5 years ago. No heart failure or arrhythmia. Asymptomatic cardiovascular, blood pressure 1.2, 88 millimeter hydrogram, heart rate 82 per minute. Normal ECG, echocardiography with left ventricular ejection fraction 58%. Troponin and NT-proBNP normal. How about cardiology assessment? This is a high cardiovascular risk due to pre-existing coronary artery disease, long-standing hypertension, planned exposure to anthracycline. Clinical goal, prevent cancer therapy, related cardiotoxicity, and maintain uninterrupted cardio-oncology treatment. How to manage? Usually when we refer to cardiologists, there's also a report about the result of echo, yeah. But in this model, yeah, they said optimize blood pressure, yeah, give ACE inhibitor or RB, continuous beta blocker on statin, serial echocardiography and biomarker during therapy. Even the fraction ejection below 60, the cardiologist can make we sure we can continue the treatment. Yeah? So the next, what's barrier to collaboration? Yeah, number one is lack of hidden. Yeah, number one, lack of hidden-based guideline. Yeah, there is now lead gap. Yeah, limited specialist personnel. Yeah, insufficient infrastructure, dan the very important, yeah, inadequate funding and resources. Yeah, dan because of that, yeah, sometimes we, yeah, limited buy-in and competing priority in our duty every day. Yeah. Also about the insurance coverage. Yeah. Also, I think it's victim, yeah, communication gap across the specialties. Opportunities for better partnership is we can dedicate cardio oncology clinic. Yeah. We can share protocol and referral criteria. Yeah. When we make MDT, we can get input from cardiologists. Yeah. Also join education and guideline development. What success look like? Yeah. Number one, yeah, fewer treatment interruption, safe delivery of optimal cancer treatment. Yeah. Improve long-term survivors outcome. Also strong trusted oncologist cardiologist collaboration. Right now, I think, yeah, cardio oncology is essential, not optional for us. Yeah, early collaboration will improve cancer outcome. Yeah, oncologists and oncologists must pick a cell clinical language. Yeah, same language. Yeah, but with partnership, we can hope about the care for complex patient. Yeah. And with cardio-oncology, we can maximize cancer treatment, minimize cardiovascular toxicity, and improve the overall outcome. Thank you. I think this from my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Norman. For the next and the last speaker in this, we call Dr. Dias Sauki. Okay.
Please welcome Dr. Dias. We know that every cancer patient has emotional changes. Emotional challenges will be discussed by Dr. Dias Sauki Intan. Before that, I will read his curriculum vitae. Can you, Dr. Dias Sauki Intan, this is my medical school mate. Dias Sauki Intan is psychiatrist, education 2008, medical doctor, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sriwijaya, and in 2011, specialist in psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine. Their professional experience 2018 until now, consultant in psychiatrist Muhammad Hussein Hospital, Sriwijaya Hospital, Pertamina, Plaza Hospital, and Psychiatry Faculty Medicine as a lecturer. And then there are many professional societies, professional speaking, and then professional training. Without further delay, Dr. Dias, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ashabihi wa man wala, wala hawla wala quwwata illa billah, amma ba'du. Distinguished professors, doctors, my honored teachers, and beloved colleagues. This day I am here tasked to add to the discussion about the psychiatrist's perspective in cardiovascular oncology patient management. Well, because I'm not a native English speaker, please pardon my English if it is not intelligible. And I want us to take a moment to look at this topic. The topic is about patient management. So let me ask you to remember our patient. take a minute to visualize our patient, to hear their laughter, to see their tears. Let us take a minute to see the patient. So if I may, I would like to shift our attention a little bit and see the phrase, the patient management. Well, this is the type of thing that I would like to ask myself. Why did medicine choose these kinds of words? We use the word patient to say clients of healthcare, but we use the word patient. Was it because they possess patients, or are they burdened with patients? Like they are expected to be patient, like they are supposed to be patient. Why is the word patient? The patient, well, patient is derived from the word of to suffer. So why is it chosen to be the word for our clients? And we also use the word treat. And the question is, who or what are we treating? Are we treating the patient, or are we treating the disease? And the last one, we use the word hospital. So what is the primary function of our place to work? Is it about hospitality, or is it about anything else? Well, these type of questions are the questions commonly asked in medical humanities. But seeing me as a psychiatrist, I think the field of medical humanities also intersect about much with our field of psychiatry, because psychiatry often have the privilege to know the individual patient personality, not just about the disease. And this is what we know about the disease, the illnesses. Diagnoses within the field of cardiovascular and oncology are treatable even more by early detection. Well, this is through the advancement of science and technology, of course. But we know for sure that those diseases are treatable. Also that therapeutic maneuvers are common choices, though not the only one and not necessarily the best. Some of the patient, when they hear the word of oncology, they hear the word of operation, the surgical. Although we know that it's not the only choice and not necessarily the best, because it's pending circumstances. And also we know that waiting rarely is the better alternatives to treatment. But what does the patient's perspective come to us? Well, interaction with the patients tells us a whole new story, especially here, especially in Indonesia, because I have to put this emphasis. Our patient here is not the same with the patient all over the world. Some patient, we heard them telling us that the diagnosis of cardiovascular oncology brought about themselves the sense of impending doom, like they are about to meet the death itself. And they have this kind of perception that the earlier you came to therapy, the earlier you came to the suffering. The earlier they come to treatment, the earlier they come to suffering, because they heard from other peoples, not necessarily professionals, from other peoples that saying that chemotherapy is worse, that this and that, you have to go through suffering and suffering, because they hear not only the professional voices, and they also think that there is always another choice. If only I spend more time seeking it. If only I ask another people, more person, other professionals. Some still believe that non-professional testimonies, especially the negative ones, they believe them. And next slide, please. Okay, so we are faced with two types of perspective. The first one is the objective data, and the next one is the subjective experience. In order to understand more, let me try to comprehend this. According to objective data, in order to treat the patient or the illness, doctors are encouraged to be objective, but patients see this, that the suffering provided by the illness is subjectively experienced. not objectively experienced. And there is no telling it with words. We hear from the patient that sometimes they cannot translate their suffering to words, use common language. And according to objective data, it certainly helps to find the solution in research and statistics. We believe this. I do not disencourage this, but patients, they not necessarily understand. They say that they are not merely data and their humanity are unique. They are the only person that live in their body. And looking into charts informs how the disease progression better. But the patient say looking into their eyes reveals how much suffering they must cover. They must shut, they must not say to us. And according to us, this is just one among numerous others, objectively. But so the subjective experience, so the patients say, this is the only life I had. I know this is not necessarily true, but some patients think, we think this way. Some patients think this, we think this way. Okay. This is a book that I read a bit, and it tells about the story of Dr. Stephen Shi. He was a physician and he contracted cardiovascular, a rare, if I'm not mistaken, Takayasu. This is what he said in his memoir. It changed my perspective as a doctor. Being a patient with a serious major illness forced me to confront issues that all patients must confront, issues that potentially could kill them, realizing that you could go into surgery and not come out of it alive, realizing that you may never see your family and friends change you. Furthermore, he said, we take so much for granted in medicine. Someone comes in and we say, well, you have this problem and we'll prescribe this medication and so on. Well, I would like to quote another person, Maurice N. Eagle, a psychoanalyst, who said that what is most valuable and precious being alive is consciousness. That is being able to feel, to think, to experience the world and oneself and others in it. This quote was given from Eagle from the book Subjective Experience. So the question is, who shall hear their subjective side? Okay, if talking about the affective state of the patients, we understand the data tell us that depression affects 8 to 24% patient with malignancy and 20.8% in cardiovascular disease. The distress of having any both diseases have subjective effect even without any viable diagnosis creeping into the suffering of the patients, impeding their ability to analyze and make appropriate decisions, including therapeutic decisions, therapeutic contracts. Some cases show the magnification of dysfunctional relationships and internal dynamics of the patients and their psychosocial system. Well, families disintegrated, couple broke up, and then even if the patient survive, what is there to live? Some patients thought they are expected to follow order with robotic discipline. They just have to take it for granted. Just hop on and let us drive. They feed data about their disease to the health system. They even knew what to report, such routine as it is. But underneath, some of them may wondered whether they had the option to narrate their therapeutic journey subjectively, to talk about their life and about how the disease affect their life. The people surrounding them expected them to stop complaining and start taking the treatment seriously. This is not necessarily a bad advice. This is not necessarily a bad advice, so long as it is delivered timely and in a good manner. We go back to Stephen Shi. Like other patients with serious illnesses and major surgeries, I sometimes felt reduced more to a disease or a troublesome organ than a human being, a damaged unit to be sent back to the medical assembly line to have a part repaired or replaced. No doctor asked the questions that needed to be asked. What has this disease done to your life? What has it done to your family? What has it done to your work? What has it done to your spirit? You want people to talk to you as if you are in fact dying, because that's exactly what is happening. And sometimes the patient come to this attitude, the silent attitude, the feeling of being left alone, even in the face of supportive sentences, is found within some case. They say, we are always here. The family, the psychosocial systems saying, we are always here, but they are never to hear. They are never to listen. They say, it is all up to you. We support you thoroughly, wholly, but it is up to you. We still hear the phrase, this patient is lazy in treatment by the family. The family said this. Some patients even regress into the attitude of silence. They stop complaining just to silence the doubters amongst the closest relatives. These doubters sometimes ask the patient, is it true that you suffer? Is it true that you felt pain that intense? As if they don't believe the story. The perspective shifted. The patient's perspective shifted from trying to live their life to just staying alive, which is in a sense an objective goal, good one, but we know that it is not about the quality of life. So it is imperative for doctors to identify any mental struggle, not necessarily a mental diagnosis, and including the minorities who falls into the excluded criteria of an algorithms. What do I mention? Why do I mention excluded criteria? Because study have excluded criteria. Sometimes clinical pathways have excluded criteria. Some persons, some people, a little bit of them fall to this minority. The presence of it may hinder the adherence to therapy, crucial to many kinds of treatment. To do so, patients should be given the space they needed to state their experience as it is. They need to feel that they are indeed in treatment, and the team's efforts are indeed for the sake of the patient's life. For some, they did question us. It is not, is this really for me or for the achievement of others? Or it is for the achievement, the service for the family? Is it the service for society? Or is it really for me? So in a good working alliance, the patient is invited to talk about their life with freedom of their own choice, not guided interview. There is no necessarily rules to comply, no sets of phenomenology to report, no need for robotic discipline. Usually this kind of alliance was met at first with resistance, brought by a plethora of clinical interviews that seek data to be analyzed. So it takes time to relax and unlax the patient. When the resistance was rolled over, the patients may reveal what actually is within his mind, be it an irrational belief, unregulated emotion, or anything else, whether or not it contributes to diagnosis. But the distress and psychosocial burden of cardiovascular and malignancy cases extend beyond the patient. While the patient may receive all the attention, the family members are expected to sacrifice their need to tell their story and be heard. We should remember that they too had lives, they too had dreams, they too need rests. Thus, the risk of devolving into dysfunctional family ascended unbeknownst to the many our eye, that seek only the health of the patient. Sometimes finding the ideal caregiver is a struggle. We cannot find the ideal caregiver for each of our patients. So we have to expand the alliance. The presence of a good therapeutic alliance promises a better framework to fulfill the need of both, an invitation to contribute narratively, giving both the chance to state their thought as it is, free of fear of judgment, nurturing the sense of being heard and treated with care, a chance to handle the irrational fear and to regulate repressed emotions. Some cases benefit from endeavor through family conference or even psychotherapy. Experience focused attentive listening. So they have the chance not to be the ideal family, not to be the ideal patient, not to be the disciplined robot, to smile and to be childish, to cry and to enjoy their sadness without losing objective targets, of course. By listening them talking about their experience, they may talk out more about their life and less about their disease. By shifting their focus away from their disease, they may yet enjoy life again because it is what they knew. They don't know expertly about their disease, but they know expertly about their life. They know about their wife. They know about their daughter, their son. They know about their family. They know about their work, their dreams. So sometimes we just invite them. Let the doctors do the most thinking about how to tackle your disease. You do the most thinking about how to make your life better because it is indeed their life. Well, when we are addressing adherence, which is crucial to this type of treatment, a personalized and comprehensive approach considering individual needs and circumstances have positive contribution to the treatment adherence. Well, when we talk about personalized care, so it means that the carer should know the person. Individual needs and circumstances also require doctors to understand the individual and its surroundings, but it is a heavy topic to discuss. That is why we came. We try to contribute. We try to bring ourselves to the table to collaborate, not only through medication, not only for coded diagnosis, not only for the patients. Even if there is no direct contribution to the progression of ease and disease, creating a comfortable life to live in may contribute to quality of life. Psychiatrists can conduct individual, couple, and family psychotherapy to strengthen the individual and the psychosocial system, thus adding subjective data, the person-centered perspective. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the type of collaboration that we can offer. For the physician, we could explore the objective data to attain a better health degree. For the psychiatrist, we can articulate subjective experience to restrain risk of non-adherence. The physician could manage the patient's symptoms. Psychiatrists can treat the patients and the family. The physician can conjure the optimism by education, expertise, and medication. The psychiatrist can cultivate that said optimism to enhance the quality of life. And the physician is the expert of the disease, while the psychiatrist is an advocate for the person. This is the goals. If we set goals, psychiatric goals, it usually comes to this: eradicate psychopathology of the patient, enhance adherence towards treatment, grueling as it may, create supportive communication for all family members, achieve acceptance in the face of an existential truth. So what psychiatry can bring to the table, if I may say, is the unspoken voice of the patient. For the conclusion, it is essential to explore the objective data and subjective experience in balance through collaborative works. Patients need to feel the sense of being heard and treated, not only because it enhances their adherence. Psychiatric collaboration has the potential to expand and enhance through a selection of interventions and towards multiple targets. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz, for the nice presentation. For the third speaker, can we invite you all to sit here, please, to Dr. Joseph Stehlik, Dr. Norman, and Dr. Diaz, please.
Okay, thank you. We will start the discussion. Normally, we talk about heart failure, but instead of doing echo, we are looking for the cause with etiology, some related to chemotherapy. But around 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, someone here sounding about cardiology. Dr. Edo, sounding about this. Yeah. But honestly, we don't have any model like yours in management of this cardio oncology. But after this, we will maybe we will more understand about this cardio oncology. Then we will all of us support with this program. For discussion, I will invite everyone in this room to start the discussion maybe. Yeah.
I appreciate how you mentioned what the oncologists need from the cardiologist. I'm a heart surgeon, so I have no stake in this game a little bit, but I want to reverse the question to you and ask, what does the cardiologist need from the oncologist? Because there are many times that we come and we just want to know, how long is this patient going to live? Because that determines some of our treatment. And it brings up the next question, which is, which way is better to die? A heart death or a cancer death? Because we have treatments for end-stage heart disease, but we don't have treatments for end-stage cancer. So should we just bomb all of our patients with as much chemotherapy as possible to try to prevent a cancer death, and then we'll just transplant them? So what do you think?
Yeah, I think because by advancement of our chemo or immunotherapy, the expectation, life expectancy of the cancer patient increase, yeah, especially in the US, I think, yeah. But when you reverse the question, what cardiologists need, yeah, from oncologists, yeah, I think, yeah, because each cancer, yeah, we have some prognostic time, yeah, how long they can live, yeah, after treatment. Yeah. I think we can share, yeah, to cardiologists, to friends cardiologists about, yeah, maybe in our phase, maybe this type of cancer can live for 10 years, 20 years, or only 2 years or 3 months. So maybe you can consider what you have to do to this patient.
So we should sacrifice the heart for cancer.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. Joseph.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question of Dr. Edo, who leads the program here, if he could share some experiences of his program here and how things work.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up, Professor Stalik. Or actually, the cardiology service and oncology service has been here for a long time. Before the announcement of the program, the oncologists usually consulted us cardiologists for echo, for instance, and we gave them echo results. But in the end, we have to follow the patient as a whole. And also the cardiologist, I think, should be involved even until the survivorship of cancer, where according to the guidelines, we still have to follow up whether the heart actually declined after the end of chemotherapy for up maybe to 1 or 2 years according to the guideline. And this is what we're trying to collaborate more with the oncologists and the whole oncology team. And also there are, as Dr. Roberta has told us, there are a lot of dimensions when taking care of a cardio-oncology program. One of them is the laboratory, like NT-proBNP, which is not really that familiar here, especially in Palembang. It's commonly used in many other places, but I think it's not really popular because due to the price of checking the NT-proBNP and so forth. And that's why I'm also curious in the US, how far you're willing to go to implement the cardio-oncology guideline, which is now, we all agree that we all use the ESC guideline for that, and how far you're willing to, give the patient all these tests, NT-proBNP, some said troponin I, and so forth. And is there any tips and tricks to make this program more efficient? That is what we want to hear from our American counterparts, and how to make this program more sustainable in our developing country. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing your experiences. And I think Dr. Florido went to... I think I lost power. It's back after 1 a.m. there now. So, but I am familiar with the program, so hopefully can provide some of those answers. So as we heard from Dr. Florido, efficiency is a problem for us as well. Because of the success, of course, of oncology treatments, there's more and more patients that need cardiology care. So they've had to resort to some triaging of patients as well, because even though they have now four clinicians on the team, there's still higher demand. So they're trying to implement some protocols so that not every patient needs to be seen so frequently. For your question about screening with NT-proBNP and troponin in our hands, that doesn't seem to be the rate limiting problem, the financial problem, but would patients here have to pay for those tests directly? If you wanted to get NT-proBNP every 3 months on a patient, would that be a high cost? It would be a high cost. Yeah, so those guidelines, I believe we have implemented, and so that part is not a problem, but the efficiency part and the patients returning, and of course it's not a lot of the referrals once the service is established and is popular, right? So the oncologists and hematologists have trust in the service doing the things. It's not just complications of chemotherapy, right? It's just patients who have cardiovascular disease who come to them even before therapy, they're being seen, or they have atrial fibrillation in the course of therapy. All those patients then keep coming back to the cardio-oncology service. So I think what we need to is try to invest more resources into that service.
Okay. Someone asked me, Dr. Taufik, which is the right one, cardio-oncology or oncology cardiology? What's the right? Cardio-oncology or oncology cardiology? So they are related to the first question. Okay, maybe another question. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Noman will ask.
I want to ask you, Dr. Joseph, yeah, when you starting cardio oncology program in Utah, yeah, what is the main problem or barrier to develop this program? What do you suggest for us to starting this program in Palembang?
Yeah, so if I understand the question correctly, how to make the program successful from the start, right? And I think that comes to what we are doing now. We have oncologists and cardiologists in the same room. So to really discuss it and see what will work for both. So for instance, at the University of Utah, what works a lot is that actually the cardiologists come over to the oncology hospital and have clinic there, because patients come and they have different tests or they have chemotherapy, and they don't have to take an extra trip to a different hospital. So identifying what will work not only for the doctors, but for the patients, I would say.
Prof. Hardy? Any question, Prof. Hardy? This is Prof. Hardy from Charitas Hospital. Oh, yeah.
I cannot read. There is a Zoom question. Used in Indonesia. Can I speak in Indonesia? To Dr. Zaki Lukman Hakim. Mohon izin bertanya, saya Dr. Zaki, sekiranya bagaimana penanganan transplantasi jantung pada pasien SLE? Apakah memungkinkan untuk dilakukan? Terima kasih. Dan apakah penggunaan obat bisoprolol lebih dari 2 tahun memungkinkan terjadinya peningkatan heart cancer dan semisal terjadi bagaimana pencegahannya? So can I ask to Prof. Joseph Starling, how about heart transplant in the SLA patient? In SLA patient, is it possible to do that in a heart transplant? The first question. And the second question is about the usage of bisoprolol more than 2 years. More than 2 years. It can be heart cancer disease. How to overcome that? Thank you, Prof.
You said hard to do transplant in what disease? Systemic lupus. Okay. Patients with systemic lupus, of course, have cardiovascular disease. Many times it's pericarditis or coronary artery disease, but on occasion, their heart failure will reach the stage where transplantation is considered. It doesn't happen that often, but we've transplanted a patient with systemic lupus before, but they need to be well basically controlled with immunosuppression before transplant. Their lupus needs to be controlled. So if lupus is not well controlled, then heart transplantation will be a challenge. But it's, I can tell you it doesn't come up that frequently. Often these patients have also kidney disease from lupus. So then a combined heart and kidney transplant might need to be considered. So it's a challenge in clinical scenario. And then the second question, what was?
Second question is the usage of bisoprolol more than 2 years.
Bisoprolol?
Bisoprolol.
The beta blocker.
Beta blocker.
Going into heart transplant, used more than 2 years? Yeah.
Heart cancer.
If somebody has primary cancer of the heart,
Yeah.
Like myosarcoma.
Joseph,
Yeah.
Okay.
can I translate for you? Is it okay? So can you put the question back? Can you put the questions back or no? Okay, so they want to know whether the use of bisoprolol more than 2 years increase the incidence of heart malignancy, and if it happened, how do you prevent that? Do you believe in it in the first place?
Okay, so thank you. Well, so beta blockers are part of standard guideline-directed medical therapy for heart failure with systolic function. The 3 beta blockers that we use in that sometimes many years, actually, we hope many years, that the patients will not need transplantation are carvedilol, metoprolol, succinate, and bisoprolol. I am not aware of data where bisoprolol increases cancer of the heart per se or any other malignancy. The CIBIS trial was done now probably 20 years ago. It was a large clinical trial in heart failure. And based on that, the medication received indication for heart failure. So personally, I would actually encourage use of beta blockers at the maximal possible dose in patients with heart failure with reduced systolic function. And personally, I'm not aware of data that would increase risk of malignancy with these drugs.
There's no data.
Adi, more question?
Prof. Hadi?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Taufik. How can multidisciplinary collaboration between heart failure specialists, imaging experts, electrophysiologists, immunologists, and oncologists, and transplant team operationalized in a tertiary referral center?
So that's a good question. How do we bring all these people together? And I think, and we saw it in Dr. Florido's talk a little bit too, is because a lot of these therapies evolve, we need new knowledge. So adding research to clinical collaboration often helps us there. So that could be in in prevention of cardiomyopathy with anthracyclines in the past that has brought oncologists, imagers, cardiologists together. Today it's the newer therapies, just like immune checkpoint inhibitors. And it actually brings patients in as well. So for instance, at the Huntsman Cancer Institute in Salt Lake City in Utah, we see a lot of patients coming from other regions when they have difficult diseases, looking for clinical trials for participation, either multi-center clinical trials funded by the NIH and the government, or investigator initial trials at our institution. So I would say adding the academic mission to the clinical mission brings multidisciplinary teams together.
According to my experience, it's very difficult. Just leading the teamwork in an ICU patient is difficult among different disciplines because of egocentric pride.
Yeah, and I hear you, but we need to overcome that. And if you see, who came here for your visit, so it's an interventional cardiologist, cardiac surgeon, and heart failure cardiologist, and so not just one group of physicians, and that is because we have learned how to work together as a team and suppress our egos at times to allow the team to come forward. And I think if that can be done, everybody wins. And I see multidisciplinary participation in the symposium too, so I have very high hopes.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, we all heard about the oncologist, and then next we will develop with local sources. Yeah, hope we done it well for our hospital. Thank you very much for your three speakers. And as a moderator, we will close this session. Very much.
Thank you so much for all the keynote speakers and also for our moderator that we already done for first sessions of symposium. Next, we will have our second sessions of symposium that would be talking about heart transplant. Is about heart transplant, which now we have our moderator that will be moderated by. Can we display the CV? Okay. Well, our moderator today, Professor Dr. Bambang Budi Siswanto, SPJP Konsultan PhD, FISHR, FASCC, FAPSC, Prof. Bambang was graduate from Indonesia University, and he has a lot of experience and also professional societies. And then after that, our co-moderator that we have Dr. Alexander Edo Tondas, SPJP Konsultan, MH, VH, VK, FAP, SA, FESC, that he also graduated from Sriwijaya University and also have a lot of experience and professional training. Edo and also Prof. Bambang, time is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much, moderator, for MC. First of all, I would like to thanks to the Assistant Director of Muhammad Husin Hospital, also Board of Director that invited me, and also the team. And also I thank you so much to the team from the Utah University, also from the team from Harapan Kita Hospital Jakarta. So I do hope that although this is the last session, I'm sure this is very interesting for us. So first of all, I would like to introduce the first speaker. Professor Craig Selman. The topic is building heart transplant USA team experience. Yeah. So, Professor Craig, you already know. Yes, you can read all the. Then I think without further ado, Professor Craig will explain to us how they built the heart transplant in Utah, USA. Please.
Terima kasih. So, I don't have a little slide clicker, so go ahead and move forward. If you ever want to see snow, anybody see snow here? Okay, that's snow. Snow on, oh, it's gone. It's gone. Well, heart transplantation is, it's, while many of you are here to talk about, and we heard from the minister yesterday that the heart transplant in Indonesia has to happen in the next year and a half. But it took a long time to get to heart transplant. And the history is fascinating. And if you have an opportunity to read about it, it's really, really special. The modern heart transplantation, semi-modern, the first heart transplant was back in 1967. Oh, thank you. Great. It was in 1967, and it took a long time for it to really make an impact, because this is an article that Joseph wrote, but it wasn't until we figured out how to suppress the immune system that the transplants actually worked. And so when cyclosporin came along, which was in the early 80s, right here, it changed the way that we do all of transplant, but in particular heart transplant. At the University of Utah, our first heart transplant was in 1985. We didn't buy into it until we knew that the patients could do better. And you saw this slide already, and the majority of patients are a combination of ischemic heart disease because of bad blood flow, heart attacks, or dilated cardiomyopathies, and there's a bunch of other causes in there as well. So I think the first thing that we have to think about whenever we're starting a heart transplant program is really, why are you doing it? And define your mission. You know, why do we want to offer heart transplant? Is it just because you want to be on the cover of a magazine like that magazine and Life magazine? Or, you know, what is it that's driving you to do it? Who are we going to serve? And then do we have the ability to do it, not just talk about it, but actually to do it? And so Joseph showed you this slide, but this is a little bit of our why. Our why is when you fly over the United States, there's a little dot right here, and that's in Salt Lake City. And there's this huge geographic expanse here that doesn't have actually as many as in this city. Salt Lake, state of Utah, is only 3.5 million people. That's like a suburb of this town. But our why is the entire western side of the United States that we're trying to provide care for. So our program, and we have Joseph show this to you, and I'm going to just go through it not even go through it all, but yeah, we wanted a cover of a magazine, and we got a cover of a magazine from the Total Artificial Heart. But at this point, we put in, Joseph, I was surprised to see your 2000. I think the 2000, this data doesn't go all the way back to 1985. But at our hospital, we've put in a combined between almost 1,000 heart transplants. And I myself have done probably around 450 heart transplants. And so we've developed a bit of an experience to do that. But the way that we were able to do it was this, which was a very collaborative, multi-hospital, multi-department, multidisciplinary approach to doing it. And it sounds like you are on the precipice of doing something very similar to that now. Then we have to assess the readiness. Can we do this? And there's certain things that you need to have in place before you talk about heart transplantation. I was asked many years ago to help the country of Mongolia to start a heart transplant program. They have 4 public hospitals, 4 state hospitals, and they wanted to bring hospital number 1. It turns out that hospital number 1 had only done about 10 to 15 heart year at the hospital. That's really not ideal situation to come into to start a heart transplant program. So it was with the eyes of Mongolia were much bigger than their stomach. They really just couldn't do that. So heart transplantation can't exist in isolation, and it needs to be in the face of mature programs so that all the efforts that are given to these patients actually survive. So I show this to not read it, but this is our organizational chart. This is what it takes, at least in our world, to make something like this happen. It takes administrative leadership from the top of the hospital, which you have. It takes administrative leadership. It takes surgeons. It takes medical doctors. It takes all kinds. This is truly one of those statements that it takes a village to create. If you're an ophthalmologist, you can go and take out cataracts in a center by yourself, and you can do 50 of those a day. But if you want to do heart transplantation, you need a big, big village. And so let's just walk through it, because the infrastructure, we can talk about whether or not you have a building to do this, but what you really need is you need people to do it. And you need surgeons and physicians that are dedicated to the cause. But importantly, you need all these other people, coordinators, nurses, social work, dietary. I thought it was great that we had a psychiatrist. Actually, we need to bring him back to Utah because our psychiatrist left. And that's a very important component of this. The pharmacy is huge, all the medicines and the interaction of the immunosuppressives. We have great therapists that, much like your heart hospital, on day one of their surgery, they're getting up and walking patients. Palliative care is very important. These are end-of-life decisions that the patients and the family and the team have to understand together what it means. You need all the medical consultants. You need the infectious disease doctors to deal with weird viruses that happen. You need kidney doctors to help you dialyze the patients when they need it. You need just about every other medical component. I'm sorry. And then we strongly believe in trying to create a community of our patients such that they can actually help support each other. As our colleague just mentioned, nobody knows about how to have a disease unless you've had it yourself. And so we rely on our patients to actually provide care for our other patients. It's a very important piece. And then this right here is something that's super important, which is when you start something like that, you need to be very introspective and very critical of yourself. And you have to accept the fact that you're going to have problems, but you have to learn from your problems. So a very robust quality program is super important. So I just give this example. This is a transplant. This is what the job description of a transplant nurse coordinator. This is just one of the hundreds of people that are involved. But you can't do this without somebody that can really manage all these very complicated issues that happen with these patients, both as an inpatient and more importantly, not more importantly, but just as importantly, is the outpatient, because you want your patients to get the surgeons have it easy. Don't be patting duty on the back, because all he's going to do is take out a heart and sew it in. And then years from now, he will never have seen the patient again, but somehow that patient is going to live. And the only way that patient lives is all the other people. So the surgeons get a little bit of the glory, but it's not really deserved because it's all the work afterwards. And what you want to do is have patients that come to you 10, 20, 30 years later. As a matter of fact, the very first patient that we operated on, I can't say we because I wasn't there in 1985. He was a 19-year-old kid, but about 8 or 9 years ago, I got to retransplant him. So here's a kid that made it 40 years plus after his first transplant. And that 40 years didn't happen because of the way that we put Proline in. It was because of all of the stuff that took care afterwards. So the team is super important. So obviously, and you have this here already, you need a very active and full service cardiac surgery program that can handle any case that comes in. Double valve infected endocarditis, patients with ejection fractions of 10% getting bypass surgery, whatever it needs to be a full service program. You need a full service heart failure program. It can't necessarily just be a cardiologist that likes to give carvedilol. It needs to be a heart failure specialist very interested in these end stage patients. You need to have an operating room that's available 24/7, an ICU that's fully staffed, that has all of the capabilities, including temporary mechanical support like extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, ECMO, dialysis, blood bank, super important. You need advanced imaging, CT, MRs. You need the cath labs. Obviously, you have that. The pathology is an important piece that I hear that you're working on, and that's, I think, Thursday's session is to talk about that. And you need robust support to do the typing and the crossing, because the immunology can be very complicated at times. So one of the things that we have on our website that's available not to the public, but to the people that are involved in the hospital, we have, I would say, maybe 40 or 50 different protocols, so that we know exactly what to do when somebody comes in with a acute rejection, or we know how we're going to deal with somebody with this medicine that they're allergic to. And all of it is posted online. We have it right here. This is an example, guidelines, how to treat certain types of rejection. How are we going to do prophylaxis for cytomegalovirus? All of this stuff has been worked out a priori before, and it's all available so that when somebody comes in having an issue, we just go to the protocol. We need great protocols in terms of oh, did I just turn the whole thing off? No. So we heard a little bit about regulation. It's tough. This is a tough part. We have the government very much involved. We have a lot of chaos in our world in the United States related to the government and how it's regulating transplantation. But we have, through the federal government, a provider database for donors in in different registries. I say this not to explain it or even to try to, but simply that as you move forward, you need to be very prescriptive about data collection and being truth and honest with your data and self-reflection about your program as you go through. Just like any other program that you do, just like your heart surgery program, you have to evaluate yourself. When there's a problem, then you need to go fix it. I didn't recognize, and I'm still learning, I still don't feel like I understand the donor situation here in Indonesia. But obviously, this is a huge barrier that I think you're probably going to talk about in the next slide. This is something that you can't do transplant. I thought that you guys had done deceased transplant, but it looks like it's all been living related kidney and all living related liver, and not deceased donor donation. And obviously, a whole separate talk, but it's something that actually is going to be fundamental to your ability to do this process. There's a lot of different issues. Somebody asked earlier about face ethical issues. Of course, we face ethical issues, and some of them are not necessarily about what the last fatwa mentioned about death and how you define brain death as it relates to a religion. Sometimes it has stuff to do with us and a patient. For example, we have patients that live far away that don't have a lot of family support. How are they going to be able to participate in their care of them? Who's going to help them? All of our patients, we make sure that they have a caregiver, because you can't get a transplant. It's not like getting a knee operation and the next day you can go walk about and do your thing. After heart transplant, it requires a lot of care, and so we rely on families to help us do that. But they create a lot of dilemmas for us. So when we discuss patients about should we transplant them or not? It all comes into care. It all comes into. I found it interesting that the last speaker talked about adherence. Adherence is one of the conversations that we have all the time about patients, especially young patients. They're notably not very adherent. We put everybody through a very standardized evaluation. There's very specific things. We get a bunch of labs, they get echoes, they get heart catheterizations, you get all kinds of screening for other things. We got to make sure that they don't have a colon cancer before you start to give them an immunosuppressive. So they get colonoscopy, their teeth, nutrition, vaccinations. This is kind of a guideline for high-risk triggering for patients that have advanced heart failure that basically tell us that we need to be thinking about advanced therapies. There are things like when somebody does need to be in decompensated heart failure and they're on an inotrope, whether or not we see the heart and the kidney talk to each other and they're not talking very well, and you go into cardiorenal syndrome. If they've been hospitalized, if they have defibrillator shocks from their end-stage disease, and whether or not they're not able to tolerate their guideline-directed medical therapy, which is a huge trigger. So ultimately, you have to find the right patient at the right time, and then we try to figure out what the best therapy for it is. And so you saw actually that it says transplant and LVAD because it's actually advanced heart failure, because there's some that are not transplant candidates, and so that we would want to put a ventricular assist device in. And we'll talk about that more tomorrow, I believe. But it is an important piece, is that these are patients with end-stage heart disease, not necessarily a transplant candidate. And so there's certain things that we do in terms of balancing risk. You know, for transplant, we have to worry about patients that have high pulmonary blood pressure, so pulmonary hypertension. If you take a normal heart that's used to pushing against a low pulmonary vascular resistance, and you put it into a patient that has high pulmonary vascular resistance, that right ventricle of the new heart is not going to work very well. So that's a very important piece. It used to be that 65 years old was kind of a line in the sand that we weren't allowed to cross, but we tend to cross the line more than we probably should. We transplanted patients in their early 70s, provided they're in good physical condition. We don't like people to smoke before or after transplant. So that's a contraindication. And then for LVAD, you know, one of the reasons somebody becomes a transplant candidate and not a left ventricular assist device candidate is because their right ventricle doesn't work. And we're going to talk a little bit about the right ventricle tomorrow. So, you know, I think one of the keys here is it's not about just getting through the operation. We need to get through the operation and then make sure that that patient lives a long life. And so this is going to be involving rejection surveillance. So pathology and your cath lab are very important. And then management of all the downstream issues that happen sometimes with these immunosuppressive medicines. The calcineurin inhibitors all hurt the kidneys. So everybody's kidneys go back eventually. And so that's a big issue. So you really need to plan about not just 1 year, not just 30-day survival, not just 1 year survival, but you're trying to get 5-10 year survival. One of the ways that we do this is that we do this thing called shared care. And we have to do that because we are in a big geography with not that many people. But with you, if you're in Jakarta, and there's how many people live in Jakarta? 15 million or some ridiculous number. You're probably not going to have your patients all over to start. They can be more local. But, you know, at some point, especially as the national health system expands, and you hopefully will have more than just one center, maybe you have 2, 3, or 4 centers, being able to share the care. And what does that mean? It means that our protocols are shared. We're not competing. We're sharing our protocols, and we're sharing the care of the patients as well. And we published on this, and we've been to a bunch of different places. If you don't know the United States, these are all different states that we've went to try to help educate. I'll just reemphasize that you know, excellence in transplantation is not something that it's achieved, it's maintained. So just getting your first heart transplant done makes for a good social media feed, but it's actually not really what you're here for. What you're here for is a year later or 5 years later to have that patient walk to the hospital, give you a hug, shake your hand to say thank you. That's what you want. And in order to do that, when you get 1, 2, 10, 12, 20, 30, 50 patients that are out in the community, that'll be the gratification that comes back to you. Right now, I think, Joseph, what do we have? I think we're following, how many patients are we following transplant? I think it's over 300. There's about 300 of our patients that are out in the community right now that we're just following, and that are out for various years. So this is more than just a 1 year kind of responsibility. Yeah, it costs money. And you have to do it in a financially responsible way. I think you're already on track right now, just hearing some of the talks this morning. I will say that I was a little surprised. I thought it was a great comment that the healthcare, I should be careful if he's online right now, but that the healthcare system has trouble covering a mammogram, but somehow is going to figure out how to cover a heart transplant. So I think there's some big issues systemically that are still going to need to worked out for sure. So how do you do all this? I think you've already started it. You're almost there. You know, you've engaged the stakeholders. You have infrastructure at some level. Feasibility studies. That's you know, in many ways we do mock operations, mock patient pathways. Sometimes that can help. Obviously, you need support administratively, politically, and financially. And then one thing I would say is that when you do your first 1, 2, 5, 10, is pick a good patient. You want to do a low risk transplant. Your first transplant, you don't want to be the 4th time redo Fontan. You know, that's just not what you want to do. You want a nice non-ischemic dilated cardiomyopathy, first time sternotomy, go in, get the done, and have a good result. Because if you have a bad result, everybody's upset. If you have a good result, everybody's happy. Morale is high. It fuels the next things that come after that. Collaborations are obviously very important. We're hopeful to be a collaborator to you as this happens and moves forward. We talked a lot about exchange of fellows and trainees, but sometimes the collaboration is just a phone call. Hey, what do you think about this? And we are opening, you know, we have a weekly conference. We have people calling into our conference from all over the country talking about their patients, about what to do. And we could envision doing something like that with you guys as well, to talk about some of the intricacies and nuances of some of these patients. And then also bigger partnerships, the university, but you know, Joseph is the president of the International Society of Heart Lung Transplant. He's traveled all over the world to see different systems of how heart transplantation is done. And the ISHLT can actually provide a resource for you as well as you move forward with this. So in conclusion, you know, what we want to do is this. You want to get out years and years and years. And, you know, right now, if you're an adult and you get a heart transplant, about 50% of you are still alive about 13 years from now. So that's pretty good, because if you have a patient with end-stage heart failure, at 2 years, if you're really stage D advanced heart failure, you're surviving than 10%. So we're changing something. There's actually few things in medicine that can provide such a dramatic survival. There's not a chemotherapy drug out there that can give you that kind of survival difference between the, you know, medical therapy versus doing this. And so it's a humbling journey, and I'm excited for you guys that you're starting this journey. We want to be able to provide some assistance as you do this, and try to work with you to do this, because I think when it's well done, the reward, it truly is extraordinary. Life is extended. We have all kinds of great patient stories of, you know, people coming back and saying thank you, and And so best of luck to all of you as you move forward with this.
Thank you so very much. Great. Now, it's Dr. Edo, please.
Thank you, Professor Craig, for the inspiring story and sharing. Of course, we would like to further go on this journey. And also we would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Dudi Arman Hanafi, SPBTKV, Konsultan Mars, is a senior cardiothoracic surgeon in Harapan Kita Hospital, and he's also a master of hospital administration, and currently he's maybe the only one cardiothoracic surgeon that had already got directly trained to do cardiac transplantation. The time and place is yours, please, Dr. Dudi Hanafi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada M. Husin, Dr. Edo, Prof. Bambang atas undangannya di sini. Thank you for the University of Utah and Professor Craig for the nice presentation about how to build a transplant team in your center. So what we have done or we haven't done in our center, in the National Cardiovascular Center, Harapan Kita, is a little bit, the roadblocks and challenges are very huge. That's where we can see what Utah has already done. And there's a whole village, like he said, to work together for transplantation. Okay, this is the data already shown also by Professor Craig about the transplant in the United States and other countries. And right now in Indonesia, there's no current heart transplant being performed in Indonesia. Okay, when we can see about the transplant history in Asia, you can see that Thailand has already done until Vietnam 2010. What we also see that Saudi Arabia already done transplantation. In comparing to Indonesia, who is also an Islamic country, 85% of the population are Muslims. So the belief that for Muslims cannot do heart transplantation is wrong. Because Saudi Arabia already done heart transplantation. Okay, what have we done in Indonesia? Cornea transplant, kidney transplant, and liver transplant. So, I mean, this infrastructure for other transplant is there, but like Craig also mentioned that we never done diseased transplant. About the heart failure, it's a high prevalence in Indonesia, almost as high as China, but we have the highest mortality. Indonesia ranked with ranked number one with 34.1% mortality in the first year. What challenges do we have to face? Yes, lack of specialized ICU facilities for heart transplant, ICUs and post-op transplant care. Only National Cardiovascular Harapan Kita has the capability for heart transplant right now. For nationwide, it's insufficient. No trained cardiac transplant team. Yes, the need of nationwide training with international partnership. Just thanks with the University of Utah, we can collaborate. M. Husin Hospital can collaborate with Utah. It's also a nice goal. Current solution for heart disease, like we can see, we have only medical treatment and LVAD. For last resort, we have never done it right now. And for open heart options like bypass and valve replacements are available only in 27 provinces in Indonesia. From 35 provinces or 37 right now, Indonesia has 36. Okay, 36 provinces. So there's still 9 provinces that has no open heart surgery facilities. And if you see the numbers, we only perform Indonesia nationwide perform only 7,000 operation annually. And from those 7,000, I think 5,500 is done in Jakarta, where the National Cardiovascular Center is performing 4,200. From those 4,200 is in the National Cardiovascular Center, Harapan Kita, 2,400 is adult cardiac surgery, and 1,100 is coronary disease cardiac surgery. So 5,500 only in Jakarta from those 7,000 operation nationwide Indonesia. Okay, organ procurement and allocation systems, we don't have that. Lack of well-established centralized cardiac organ donation. We have seen that we performed kidney transplant and liver transplants decades, but we don't have an established centralized cardiac organ donation procurement system in Indonesia. Absence of central allocation system equivalent to efficient organ distribution and changes with organ matching. So we only do right now for kidney, liver, only living donors. How about the Islamic community? The Indonesian Ulama Council said that they permit transplantation under 7 strict conditions, including state-managed system and non-commercialization. But they mentioned here that they allowed transplantation by in patients with brain death. So, but maybe Dr. Isman can talk about it a little bit about the Islamic community ulama, how we proceed with the heart transplantation. Yes. Lack of public awareness and organ donation is also a big issue. We need awareness campaign, increased organ donation, because donors is not really established in Indonesia. So costs for transplantation, it should be taken over by the government or private insurance healthcare systems, like the head of the BPJS showed us the data that we only get around $22,000 US. And I asked Professor Craig, how much does it cost in Utah? It costs $400,000 US. So 23,000 from the Indonesian government for a transplant. What can we do with that? And Utah said, Professor Craig said that it's in other states like California or New York, it's triple the cost for transplantation in the United States, also maybe 1.2 million. We have to establish a heart transplant program for regulation development and funding, like I said that before. So we have our internal team meeting, external team meeting with the Ministry of Health when we want to start the transplantation program, and multi-organ donor meeting for deceased patient donors, procurement. And we did a cardiac transplantation train on cadaver. Since 2021, we did around 4 procurements on cadavers and 3 times on animal blood with pigs. We have a collaboration with the National Taiwan University Hospital. It was established with them 22, where we had a maybe once a week Zoom web seminar with them, how to build a transplant program. and also with collaboration with the UCLA and other visitation and collaborations. And this is the current organization committee of the National Harapan Kita. The head of the transplantation is Dr. Isman Firdaus. He's also here, he's giving the next talk. And we also got the recommendation as the heart transplant hospital for Indonesia from the Committee of Transplantation. Okay, in conclusion, Indonesia is still an early stage establishing a heart transplantation program. However, with the right policy, infrastructure, and international cooperation, we can overcome this challenge. It is crucial that we continue to build capacity, raise awareness, and invest in necessary resources to bring heart transplantation to Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dudi Hanafi, for the spirit and optimism. I'm sure that our Utah counterparts hear us, and we will think for what collaboration could come ahead between two countries to make this all happen. Without further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Isman Firdaus, SPJP Konsultan. He is my respected senior cardiologist in Harapan Kita Hospital, subspecializing in critical cardiovascular care, and also the current president of APSC, the Asia Pacific Society of Cardiology, and he is also the head and the think tank Dynamic Duo with Dr. Dudi as the head of the transplantation team in Harapan Kita Hospital. Dr. Isman, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Edo. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, of course, I would like to express congratulations to Dr. Edo to arrange this meeting, prestigious meeting, to warming up our transplantations program in Indonesia. We're starting 2021 when patients come, admit, I want to give my heart to transplant. So we're starting in 2021. So no opus, no unos, no organization providing organ, and no organization networking for transplantation or recipients. So, but unfortunately, the program is abolished because the patient, the donor, died before harvesting the organs. And I will talk here not about the transplantation because Dr. Dudi Hanafi and also Dr. Iwan Dokota already talked about the transplantation in Harapan Kita Hospital. I just talk about the brief of mechanical circulatory support in our transplantation. Of course, heart failure is still a problem in Indonesia. In some registry, in hospital, in emergency department, almost in Harapan Kita, almost 50% admission is heart failure, acute heart failure, or more than 50%. In general hospital, maybe 15 to 20%. And 30 until 40% is de novo. It means new heart failures. It means that refractory heart failure. There is a frequent flyer. Usually come to the hospital maybe five times a year for hospitalization, increase the budget. So heart failure, advanced heart failure is still the problem. In Indonesia, no donor anymore, only one in 2021. No organization to collecting the donor procurement. But maybe US, many donor is many. I think Dr. Craig, thank you for your information about the website. And of course, we are proud because the president of International Society of Heart Transplant as the reference for us come here. Thank you, Professor Joseph. It's okay. And waiting list for recipient, of course, will be high. In Indonesia, our recipient, almost 10, and 10 of them is die. And we're starting with implanting the LVAD, maybe this year. Dr. Bambang is the opinion leader for advanced heart failure. Professor Bambang is opinion leader in heart failure. Starting the LVAD, and maybe two weeks after, 2 weeks after implanting the left ventricle assist device, in harapan kita, patient can pass away. So it is still challenging. We still learn, and we need some discussion and a learning curve starting the transplantation program in Indonesia. Of course, we put the mechanical circular support, temporary or durable temporary support in Intermex 1 until 3. In the less Intermex means, it means the heart failure more severe. We need assist the heart with some devices. We cannot implant, or we can transplant the heart, but we can implant device to assist our heart. So the indication for temporary circulatory support or mechanical circulatory support is for Intermex 1 and 3. And of course, in ASHLT already used Intermex classifications as the indication for patient getting the donor for transplantations. 4, 5, 6, 7, we can hospitalize in emergency department. Maybe in CCU, in ICU, we can treat patient with inotropes, with the GDMT and ACE inhibitor, beta blocker, SGLT2, and others. And of course, with reversible conditions. So we need implant the mechanical circulatory support in Intermex 1 and 2. Lower profile number, higher severity, and guides for timing alpha is important with the L8, with Intermex. Early implantation is very important. It will improve survival, and delay support worsen the outcomes. Mechanical circulatory support means just to assist, not replace the role of our heart, only assisted. The assisted can continuous or pulsatile. Can continuous or pulsatile. Continuous, we use machine that rotation, and pulsatile, we can use machine also pulsatilely or ballooning. And of course, to improve our heart performance, improve the cardio output with this, like, the situation in heart failure, reducing the pressure volume loop and with increasing the pressure loop with the mechanical circulatory support. In short-term MCS, we have IBP. It is the widely used in Indonesia now, intra-aortic balloon pump. Even many shock trials, shock 2 trial, it is debatable for cardiogenic shock, but still used. Even in the central of Impella, still used intra-aortic balloon pump. So IBP is still used in Indonesia, including harapan kita, of course, in Palembang, di sini kan ada ya BP, intra-aortic balloon pump in Muhammad Usid. And ECMO, of course, I think ECMO also already in this hospital and widely used for assisted the role of the heart to pump and to oxygenize to the tissue. And Impella not established in Indonesia, not available yet. Maybe in Southeast Asia, only Singapore or Thailand, there is Impella there. But the price, maybe for IBP, the price only 8 juta, maybe $500 US, only balloon for pulsatile. But for Impella, one balloon 200 juta is almost 15,000 US dollar. So I think Impella still very, very expensive. IBP only 500, Impella 15,000 US dollar. So this is the difference between all the mechanical circulatory support, MCS. And VECMO is around 150 juta. 150 juta tuh karena dolar udah berubah jadi nggak bisa ini lagi. 150 juta, maybe 9,000 US dollar. 9,000 US dollar. And temporary VID. Temporary VID, of course, LVAD, there's temporary. And we now available IFAC 2L. It is same with intra-aortic balloon pump, but different in the machine to assist the heart. So it is the situation of mechanical circulatory support. Durable LVAD is very important to bridge, to waiting this. If you want to decide still discuss with Utah, discuss with ULA, maybe discuss with other experts. So during the discuss, we should implant some the mechanical circulatory support to make the heart will be safe to take the donor organ. improve end organ perfusion, reduce pulmonary hypertension, enhance and transplant candidacy. And okay, it is the same. IBP, unloading LV, IBP, Impella, surgical venting. Now, currently, some of our friends in Jakarta performing the BAS, balloon atrial septostomy. Yeah, they're performing the atrial septostomy to palliatively unloading of left ventricle, not giving IBP, not giving the Impella and others. The hemodynamic targets is very important. Whatever support that you give to the patient, medication like inotropes, vasopressor, you have vasopressins, and of course with GDMT, the MEP in ICU it should be more than 65%. Of course, with the critical intensive care, it's very important to treat and to maintain the hemodynamic. With the urine output is okay. In tissue oxygenation, it should be nice. And cardiac index more than 2.2, and lactate clearance within 6 hours more than 50%, and adequate end organ perfusions. Right ventricle failure is the most important thing that we should preserve in our candidate for transplantations. The common elevate PVR is common in very advanced heart failure, and consider, of course, in Indonesia not available for RVAD. The complication of MCS, including the complication during insertions, bleeding, infection, and thrombosis. Also, there is hemolysis during in the putting the MCS. Multidisciplinary approach very important. Cardiologist, cardiac surgeon, intensivist, perfusionist, and transplant coordinators. Very important in TCS temporary, MCS mechanical, contemporary, and durable. And long-term VAD like HeartMate 2, HeartMate 3 is very important to wait, maybe waiting, still waiting list to get the donor, so recipient maybe should implant the long-term VAD. So it is the illustration of the MCS, the first intra-aortic balloon pump, pulsatile in unloading of the ventricles to increase the cardiac output, so they can improve the minimal support a half liter per minute. Impella 2.5 liter per minute, and tandem half can increase 4 until 7 liter per minute, and ECMO 7 liter per minute. It is how the assist device can give like a cardiac output to supporting the heart and reducing the demand of our left ventricles. EIBP with the 7-8 French system, and Impella with 13 in previously 19, now less 13 system. Tandem hub, of course, by 12 and 21, ECMO 14 and 17. AV ECMO as it is the illustration of our mechanical circulatory support in Indonesia. The target, maintain the vital organ perfusion, improve native cardiac output, and reduce left ventricular volume and augment coronary perfusion. This is the target of hemodynamic of temporary cardiac circulatory support. So the target for our management is to bridge to decision, bridge to recovery, bridge to bridge. It means we start bridge with the intra-aortic balloon pump because the donor not comes in, so we bridge to the LV and bridge to candidacy at bridge transplantation and destination treatment. Sometimes LVAD because no transplantation in Japan, for example, no transplantation in Japan, not due to the believer, but due to maybe culture of the Japan people. So it is the transplantations. I already mentioned about this, how the mechanism of heart transplantation, IBP 1 liter, Impella 2 liter, and others, and ECMO. It is comparisons among the mechanical circulatory support. This is the VIA ECMO, so the blood comes from the venous, arterial, and go to venous bypassing the lung. So the oxygen membrane. It is different ECMO and others fat. because for ECMO there is a membrane oxygenator, not only give the support of ventricle but also give oxygen to the blood. So it is the different ECMO and the other circulatory support. And the complication already mentioned before. I share this the situations. This the donor, because there is no opos, there is no unos. It is the discussion. Donor directly to us how to they give the organ. It is the donor here. The donor. I want to give my heart to you. Take my heart. Take my heart. There's lagunya ada itu take my heart. And there is informed consent here. Informed consent and blood screening. It is the donor. The donor had the brain tumor, very large brain tumors. And in 2020 and in 2022, the donor deteriorating in the consciousness. So the starting, we need support, not only supporting by not only money, funding, but also cultural support and religion support and many sector support, because we want to starting the transplantation program. So we also discussed with the previous Ministry of the current Ministry of Health, the current Dr. BGS ya. Jadi in 2021 we starting supporting by Ministry of Health to initiate the transplantation program in Indonesia, and starting send our surgeon to the Taiwan, to the some of the cardiac transplant center and animal training. We bought 6 pig, live pig, and open and exchange the heart between the 2 pig, and successful. I think Dr. Dudi leading the team for babinya dipindah-pindahin jantungnya ya. And then the webinar, of course, with the other center like NTUH and the recipient. We collecting until 10 recipient for this candidate, our potential donor. And we're starting how to register, but thank you, Craig, you give me how to make some registration. But I think it's not like you're showing to me the opos and unos in US. But I think it is different. But we putting the data donor in the data of the recipient, starting to matching between the donor and the recipient. It is the pre-transplant listing, indication for cardiac transplant and pre-transplant investigator. Everything we done for this previous transplant program, and we bought many drugs here from outside. We bought Bacillizumab. Maybe in Indonesia there is some of the drug not available in Indonesia, but we bought to prepare this what everything's need in this initial transplantation programs. And of course, like cyclosporin, tacrolimus, sirolimus, post-transplantation, we prepare everything in Harapan Kita Hospital. This is the tumor drugs, right? In hospital, cardiac hospital. And of course, we should list the money here, the funding. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? So we list everything. So we should find who will fund the. If we ask Ministry of Health, please funding this. So we have the list money that we need, for the transplantations. And of course, the scenario, if patient come, where is, what should we do? The protocol from the emergency department or directly to the hospital, the hospital hospitalize the recipient, hospitalize the donor, and where the harvesting taking place like this. So it is very important. The pathway of patient from the transplant from OT to OT needed. OT for harvesting and OT for transplanting, and there is the some chamber for post-transplantation patients. So it is the situations in maybe 3 or 2 years ago. So it is the mechanical circulatory support I already mentioned. It is LVAD here, this LVAD, and this intra-aortic balloon pump. It is Impella, and that one the ECMO. And the last of my presentations, timing determines survival. Early ECMO safeguards, LV unloadings matter, team-based management is very essential in our transplantation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isman Firdaus, the president of IPSC. So I'm sure this is very interesting topic. So I'm sure a lot of questions from the audience. We will ask all the speakers to come forward here. Please sit down here, please. And anybody want to ask, even in Indonesian language, please? Yes, please. We have some interpreter.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I would like to ask the opinion of all the speakers. There's a big gap between Indonesia and the US related to the advanced therapy to heart failure. For perhaps in the States, advanced heart failure, you could use LVAD, CRT, and other advanced. So move along. Does Indonesia need this kind of pathway also? Should the patient with LV dyssynchrony go to CRT and then responder then comes to transplant? What do all the speakers think? Thank you.
So I think our goal is to try to avoid transplant. I know we want to do a heart transplant, but we want to avoid it if we can with therapies that are proven. And one of the things that's interestingly, my first transplant was 26 years ago. So the patients that are coming to us now because of the improvement in the medications, delayed. We used to do a lot more transplants on people in their 40s and 50s, and now they're in their 60s and 70s because I think the medicines have made a huge difference, all the 4 pillars. And I would say the same thing about resynchronization therapy. Like whenever you have something that could potentially reverse or impact, and maybe it's putting a stent into a left anterior descending, maybe it's a bypass surgery, maybe it's a mitral valve operation, maybe it's we all know that if you replace an aortic valve that's stenotic, that you can make that heart become almost normal. So we want to take the approach that transplant, we're trying to avoid end-stage heart disease, but we want to be prepared for end-stage heart disease when it happens. So any opportunity to reverse some of the pathophysiology, I think you should take. So we are very aggressive with resynchronization therapy in patients and have electrophysiologists that are very much active with us.
So, Dr. Isman, want to add?
Okay, I think already answered, right? But maybe I want to ask him.
Please.
Okay, so with your experience, huge experience for transplantation in UT, you're already performing 400 patients. So I want to ask about the recipient. I think is not difficult. The difficult is donor problem in our experience starting the program. I want to ask you about how old is the donor that you ever harvested? The old, because I see the previous the old is 34 years old, and the second is there any some examination such as biopsy for the donor, because we worried after we transplanting the donor to the recipients, so the donor already have heart disease, such as coronary artery disease. So how old is it?
So I think when we started, we used to put an upper limit of age of 45 years old on the donor. But now, because there's not enough donors for the recipients, we've extended the criteria. So depending on, we just last week used a 55-year-old donor because We had somebody that had very difficult. So when you start off your transplant program, you think donors are the problem. But once you get going, it's the recipients that are the problem, because the recipients are going to have problems with immunology, for example, where they're going to have high reactive antibodies. And how are you going to deal with that? So you might not have as many donors available. And so the donor management, and I was just thinking about this, and I have a slide tomorrow about it, because I'm supposed to give a talk tomorrow about transportation of the donor organs. And I was very intrigued when I saw your slide with the hospital setup of the ORs. And to me, that really makes a whole lot of sense, that within a national system, and we were thinking about it as we were driving in from the airport, because we were stuck in a traffic jam, that if you have a donor in a heart in a cooler, your ischemic time is getting longer. And so we were wondering if the minister was going to give you his helicopter to fly, all the organs around. But I think if you were able to bring your donors to your hospital, then you will control the evaluation of the donor. So if you're worried that, let's say it is a little bit of an older donor, or let's say it's a 40-year-old, but maybe they have a history of smoking. So you want to make sure they don't have coronary disease. So then you take them to the cath lab, do their angiogram, make sure that they don't have any coronary disease, but it's in your hospital and you're under your control. And so the other thing is, at the time of procurement, and you were involved with some procurements, we go through a very prescriptive approach to evaluating the donor heart, including feeling the coronary artery disease. Look, we actually turned down a heart 4 days ago, because when our team went to go evaluate the heart, it was a trauma case, a car accident, and he hit his steering hard, and he fractured his sternum. And it turns out he had a pseudo of his right ventricle that you couldn't really see on the echo, but once we opened up the chest, you could see. And so we turned down the heart. So I think there's going to be a number of issues, but it's very uncommon by the time you evaluate a heart and you look just at the data, the hemodynamics, the age, the size matching, that when we go to actually take and procure the heart, that we turn it down, because so much of the evaluation happens before that. Are the coronaries clean? What does the echo look like? And so to me, in many ways, the donor becomes less of an issue, and it's about the recipient. And the recipient, if you have a HeartMate 3, that transplant is different than somebody that's just had a bypass surgery. Now, obviously, I don't think in your first 10 to 15 transplants that you should do anybody that's had prior heart surgery, because I think the risk is elevated. It'll be tempting. It'll be tempting to take a 40-year-old that had a mitral valve operation that's not thriving, and you're going to want to do everything you can for that patient. But it's probably best for the program to be very, very conservative in your recipient management, and very conservative in your donor management as well. You're not going to want to take a 55-year-old heart to start. You're going to take a 25, 28-year-old, got caught in an accident, had irreversible brain trauma, but has a good heart. I think that would be the perfect thing.
Thank you very much. Any more question? Like Dr. Adrian or the other one to ask? Yeah, please, Dr. Edo. Online. There's a question from online. Oh, there's no. So, any more question? Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Delpiada. I want to know how procedure to looking for to get donor for heart transplant. I mean, it is difficult because it is different with kidney transplant. If I want to donor my kidney one, I still have one kidney. I mean, heart transplant, how to procedure to get it? Thanks.
I'm gonna give
Okay,
that
thank
to the
you.
person that was gonna do a heart transplant on somebody with a brain tumor.
Yes, it's really difficult because we had a lot of questions about that from donors. They said, I want to donor my heart. There are a few people, but most of them who called us in the national hospital said, it's because I don't want to live anymore. And that's not allowed, I said to them. So maybe because if you take a kidney, you have another kidney from the patient has still another kidney. But for heart transplant, the patient must have like a brain death. And we had a patient who has a brain tumor who is willing to donate his entire organ, also heart, lung, liver, kidney. We waited around 2 or 3 years until he deteriorates. I mean, he gets worse, and then, but it was difficult was because the transplant committee never declared him brain death until he got infection and died without any transplant. This was really difficult for the family also because they wish to have that the deceased, I mean the patient who wants to donor his organs, the family want that his organs will be procured and give to other patient, but it cannot happen. So the only way to have a heart donor is brain death, like car accident or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dudi. Any more question?
Or the next is like on the I'm a driver's license. Indonesia should do so that on the driver's license we can declare if we want to donor our organs or not.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. D. Maybe I would like to ask some questions regarding that. Harapan Kita has already maybe tried to make this happen since maybe 3-4 years or even more ago. What I'm trying to ask is there any national platform or national website or anything, that national registry that can, accept the registration from donors who are still living now to express that they are willing to donate the heart before they die? Is there any system like this in Indonesia, especially for heart transplant, or is it still scattered in between all those websites without any single, coordination for the registration of these donor candidates? And the next question is, how, considering that our hospital is probably trying to maybe creating a network with Harapan Kita and also with the Ministry of Health to make all of this happen. So we would like to ask, how do we bridge ourselves with the transplant committee? Because as far as I know, we have to create some like a branch of this transplant committee team inside the hospital, and also create our own team here in the hospital before we can get this license from the minister as the transplant network. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eda. I think this is a tremendous important questions. Is there any organization that procure the donor in Indonesia for the heart, specific for the heart? I think until now there is no organization to procure or register every single or heart donation to the website or all organization. But I think for ophthalmologic society, Bank Mata, okay, and kidney in some hospital, no national registry, only hospital to hospital, no organization, and of course heart also. But I have some report from the SEARS website, Harapan Kita website. There is questions and there is some question from society, from people. I want to give my heart. Where? So there is maybe there is 10 questions. We don't know how to answer these questions because maybe we displayed about our result, the transplantation program. So I think it is the warming up for us. Maybe we should start it again. How to build the organization? Maybe website to registry the people who want to donate their organ, especially for the heart. I think until now there is no, and okay, Dr. Edo.
Any more question? Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, my teacher, Prof. Bambang. We have here in Indonesia the platform of Satu Sehat. I think if we can give advice to government, maybe there's some point that in Satu Sehat then that can give us the option whether you want to donor your organ, kidney or cornea or your heart. I think that because everyone after COVID we have the Satu Sehat account. Satu Sehat is maybe we have our medical history there. We have laboratory our previous disease there, previous illness there, and integrated to our at any hospital. I think Satu Sehat can be used.
Yes, thank you. We understand about Satu Sehat, but actually, I want to comment. I just this morning we heard from the director of from the Ministry of Health, with Dr. O'Brien. I think we should contact him, or because this should be a national organization who can receive some suggestion from the somebody want to give donor, so they should organize. So this morning I just discussed with my director, Dr. Iwan Dagota. We should ask the Ministry of Health, like Dr. O'Brien, who is in charge for it. Otherwise, we will some patient or some people who like to give donor, so we cannot accept them. It's confusing for them. Is there any more question? My other yes, please, Dr. Mangari. Oh, yeah. Yeah, please, Prof. Tanda.
Thank
Mangari,
you.
please.
In social media last week, I watched a video that's how stressful to remove to transport an organ donation from one hospital to other hospital. So that's mean in hospital, like Dr. Isman showed, that there must be 2 OT for transplantation. But I heard from Dr. Edo, so we plan here that this is as a center for the harvesting and another city for the transplanting. So what do you think for the evacuation? Because the ischemic time is only 4 hours. Thank you.
I think if there's, especially as you get going, starting, that, and we still do this today, we have patients that we try to transfer to our hospital if possible. There are some issues with families. Families usually like to pay their last respects. And it's difficult for families to travel. Let's say you had a patient here that was going to be flown to Jakarta. You're not going to fly all the family with them. So it would have to be an understanding that the family would be saying their last respects as the donor gets in the plane with life support and then transferred over to the recipient hospital. But I still think that that is not a bad solution to start. We have to do that thing because we live in such a diverse rural environment. It is very hard for me to believe as you start your heart transplant programs in Jakarta with the size of the population that there will not be a donor that's derived in Jakarta, that it's much easier to go from a community or a smaller hospital to the main heart hospital. That transport is easy by an ambulance and the family could come with them. But I do think that if you could co-locate the donor and the recipient operation for the first many transplants, that would allow you to start the process of understanding so that then you can start taking additional risks. You bring up the ischemic time. That's and also we're going to talk about different organ care systems tomorrow. I saw that I was supposed to talk about the organ care system, the TransMedics device, which is very expensive. It's much more expensive than a mammogram, and it's much more expensive than the Impella device. And so you're not going to want to actually use that device to start. And we'll talk about that more tomorrow. But I think to start with, to be able to co-locate your donor and your recipient will be advantageous to you.
Thank you, Prof. Kirik.
Maybe the situation in Harapan Kita in 3 years ago, because the donor hospitalized in the hospital. So there is 2 OT. Maybe if the harvesting outside, maybe only 1 OT.
Yeah. Oh, so correct. I think this is, and everybody says this has been a great discussion, but I want to put you on the spot here. Yes. Somehow you got the Indonesian citizenship tomorrow, and you've been given all the powers to make heart transplant to happen in Indonesia. Can you give us your list of priority, 1, 2, 3, the 5 steps that needs to be done?
Five steps. I think I've learned and I'm learning that the donor problem is real. He knows how to do this operation. The hospital knows how to take care of patients that are critically ill after heart surgery. I don't know about the infrastructure afterwards in terms of managing these patients longitudinally for a long period of time. But it seems like the first, second, and third resource question is going to be around donor organization, procurement, and I think the team, and I'm sure the team, you have a team of people. If you do 4,200 heart operations a year at a hospital, I gotta believe that not everybody does perfect, and that the ability to manage complications is already in place. And so a lot of that infrastructure is set up. But I think the community infrastructure, in other words, education of what it means to be an organ donor, is your first step. To never have had a deceased donor in the 4th largest country in the world is quite a barrier and challenge that I think will require significant attention from the very top, from your president all the way down, to say that this is a priority. And we heard that from the Minister of Health yesterday, that this was a priority. But words are words and action are action. So it might be on the shoulders of many of the people that are in this room to try to get through those barriers. How's that to not answer your question?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Anwar, Prof. Craig. Any more question? Yeah. For me, some things that interest me that before we start with transplant, actually, we already in Harapan Care, we do a heart failure service. So we start with, I back from Sydney and start to open a heart failure service. Then we can manage in a team how to select patient with some research, some improvement, some new medication, but some of them fail. However, we can select prevention for deteriorating of heart failure, become a candidate for transplant. I mean that if we start with many provinces have their heart failure service, treatment and prevention, hopefully not many transplant will be candidate. So it's prevention.
Yeah, you could say that, but you're a country of 300 million people and there's only so much prevention you can do. And so you have to decide, are you going to treat patients with end-stage heart disease? You might make the decision as a community to say that it's too resource intensive and that we're better off getting mammograms and we're better off doing vaccines for papillomavirus, right? From a more global health perspective, that's much more valuable to your population. The number of patients that, I mean, even if we look at the United States, where there's 4,000 or 5,000 heart transplants are done, the number of patients with heart failure is, it doesn't come close to meeting the needs of the patient, but yet we put tremendous amount of resources into it. The LVAD is a classic example. The LVAD itself, the machine is about $100,000. Just the machine. That's not actually taking care of the patient. And how long is that patient going to live? And how does the country, how does the population want, envision healthcare for that community? So I make fun of myself because I do the least. My job is to spend a lot of money and help not that many people. If you really think about it, as heart surgeons, the amount of resources that we spend for one individual, that if you gave a papilloma vaccine and prevented cervical cancer, would be so much more worth it. But yet we still do what we do because we still find value in the community finds value in it. But you know, we are involved with global health. We went down, Anwar showed a slide of where we went down to Honduras in Central America, where they do less than 100 heart operations a year for a population of 11 million people. Less than 100 heart operations. So we go down there and we help the program start to build their heart surgery program. Just valves. And we did 10 operations in a week and we felt like we did something valuable. But an ophthalmologist can come in and in 1 week can do 300 cataract operations and provide vision and sight for 300 people. Wasn't that a better use of time and resources? So I'm making fun of myself, but at the same time, I want to be an advocate for very advanced therapies because there are great stories out there that people that need to live and that can be productive members of society if given the opportunity. So it's our challenge as physicians and also stewards of our economy and of our countries to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Any more question? So, without further ado, if no more question, we have heard many information and keep on spirit for treating the cardio-oncology, maybe including in heart failure service. And then now about mechanical support also with the transplant program in Muhammad Hussein Hospital for the future. Hopefully, we are still eager to make it better and better. I think I give Dr. Edo. Okay, please, I will close this session. Thank you very much for all the speaker, expert, and for the question from the audience. Thank you very much. I closed. I back to the MC.
Okay, thank you so much for all the speakers and also our moderator today, Dr. Edo Tandas and also Prof. Bambang. Thank you so much. Such amazing information. It's also insightful presentations from all of our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. All the speakers, could you please back to your table and sit? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, well, this brings us to end of today's program. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers and all participants that everyone who has contributed to make this event successful. And we hope these discussions and insightful shared today will be valuable and inspiring of all of us. Thank you for your kind attention, and we wish you for a safe and pleasant journey home. Thank you so much. Goodbye. And see you next event. And all the participants from the online Zoom, thank you so much for your participants. See you next time. I close with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Mohon izin Bapak Ibu peserta seminar hari ini, mohon izin mengingatkan untuk pembelajaran di pelataran sehat wajib diselesaikan hari ini. Untuk verifikasi pelataran sehat, mohon ditunggu karena sedang berproses. Terima kasih. Mohon izin mengingatkan kembali kepada seluruh peserta, mohon untuk menyelesaikan pembelajaran di pelataran sehat hari ini, wajib mengerjakan pretest hari ini dan menyelesaikan pembelajaran hari ini juga, karena tidak ada perpanjangan waktu. Mohon izin untuk verifikasi pelataran sehat sedang berproses dan mohon untuk cek pelataran sehat akun masing-masing secara berkala. Terima kasih.